Test. Hmm. Test, test. Okay, I have. Mm. Test. Okay, there it is. I'm sorry about that. It apparently hadn't caught the microphone, so hopefully you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me, Vesper. Let me, okay, good. Just making sure because I had to redo the setup. So today, um, we're going to be reviewing Jay's Rabbit Rescue. And just so everyone understands why we're reviewing Jay's Rabbit Rescues, because Jay's Rabbit Rescues has gone into multiple other people's TikToks and decided to call out their care. So what we're going to be doing is going into Jay's Rabbit Rescues account and taking a step by step and doing a response on how their care is actually not scientifically backed or necessarily correct. So, this live discussion is going to be kind of a review and overview, just pointing out where maybe someone living in a glass house shouldn't throw stones. So, I'm currently going through their account on the other screen and selecting a couple of choice videos to review. And then we're going to go ahead and uh, critique those um, with the correct information and what we're actually looking at. Because they're making an awful lot of bold statements and an awful lot of bold call outs without either understanding what's going on behind them or purely basing their comments on speculation or frequently just straight out lies. So, uh, just give me a moment. I have a few more of these I want to get up. There's a couple of these that are kind of laughable once you understand what you're looking at. So, yeah, just we're just going. I'm just going and getting these set up because they went after several breeders. So this is not just like a flyby whatever. I'm not attacking this individual. I'm responding to this individual who has already been blatantly attacking other people. From what we can tell, they're doing it for views and they're doing it for engagement. So, if you're going to go ahead and make bold public statements, you need to be able to accept that you're going to get bold public replies. So, um, it's currently not on Dual. It's currently only on Landscape because it's a little bit easier for me to format it, and I can always move this to YouTube later. So that's the reason that I have it set up like this. I probably can add guests, but I think for right now I'm just going to kind of do a walkthrough, and then I may have a couple people come up, and we will go ahead and play by play. So let's go ahead and look at these. I think I've already pulled a couple diet videos. There was one in particular that I was looking for where she was complaining her rabbit had sore hocks, because I believe it was this one. And I was just trying, I just wanted to double check because I remember her whining about that in one of these videos after claiming that, only wire causes sores. So, yeah, there's quite a few here where she's just not reading her own rabbit's body language very well. And the one that annoys me the most is I think this might actually be a cottontail. So I'm not even sure if that's even actually a feral. And the correct terminology, by the way, is feral, not wild domestic. So that is another kind of, at least get your terminology correct. But if you know where the sore hawk video was, because I could have sworn, and I may be wrong. It may not have been Jay. It might have been one of the other ones that had gone back, and they were the sore hawks were getting better, and then they got bad again. And I remember the reasoning was because it was still on carpet and it was losing traction, and it was wearing the foot pads off. Yeah, I'm not so sure that's actually this. A couple of these, there's one that's definitely a wild cottontail, and I think she admits it's a wild cottontail. So that rabbit should not have been kept as long as she did. And then there's one that we called her out on last night that looks like the video's been removed because I don't see it now. It was the one where she was mishandling all of her rabbits like they were shotguns. You may remember that one. I'm looking for that currently, and I no longer see it. So I'm questioning. I'm questioning if it actually if she didn't pull it, because she was made a big stink that um, Royal Aspen was mishandling her rabbit, where she's not. And then like 3 videos down, there's obvious video of her mishandling her rabbits, and then that video appears to not be here right now. Um, Even though that was a big thing last night. So it looks like she removed it. Yeah, it appears that the video where she was mishandling them is removed. Um, we do have screenshots of that, I believe, but I'm just double checking because I don't. Huh. Oddly, I no longer see that video with her flipping her rabbits or whipping her rabbits around like they're a firearm. Oh, yeah. Oh, odd. That appears to no longer be on here. Gee, I wonder what happened. There seems to be quite a few less videos than there were last night. Yeah. Hey, Royal. Okay, I'm just about to start. Um, we're gonna go ahead and review Jay's Rabbit Rescue this evening because they've taken it upon themselves to expose abuse without knowing the facts. So let me see here. Should we start with diet or should we start with proper heat rescue techniques? Because there's some things that are technically correct, but technically very not correct. Or shall we start with the generalized video where, yeah. I love this. As respond here, let's go ahead and just let this one go live, and then we'll frame by frame it. Here you go. So then this is the Jay's Rabbit Rescue. Um, over here in the comment section, she says, as someone with more experience with multiple different scenarios and surface gases, it's safe to say I definitely know more about proper care. Unfortunately, well, anyway, we'll go ahead. Domino actually had responded to this, and she hasn't taken it down yet. Oh, look. So I can't see because she has it behind her. So livestock rabbits are different. They're not. Cage setups like this that she took from Paralite, these are perfectly fine. Water bottles are perfectly fine. Every single one. This is actually one of the nicer cage setups. I would even say this is a nicer setup than my setup in a lot of ways. She has it extremely clean. Everyone's on puppy pads. Everyone's got access to food. She even gives hay, so they even have a handful of hay in there to nibble on if they want it. She's got resting mats in every single one of these cages. They are spotless in this video. So she's probably just cleaned all the trays, but they are spotless in here. This is all the, I think this is the Midwest cages. So, and I believe if you look closely, she has them reinforced, which is why my personal recommendation with those Midwest cages, they are very nice, and they're like plastic dipped in a really good solution, so they do not rust as easily, and they're smoother on the rabbit's feet, which makes them really nice. And so it's a higher quality wire. Plus she's added rest mats. The gauge is all correct. You know, all this is a correct housing that she's complaining about. Yet, and then she's like, well, you're saying that's better than this. Yes, I am saying that that cage setup that you show in the first shot is in fact better than letting them all run loose like this. Now, there's two major things wrong with this. Number one, carpet, it's perfectly fine to let your rabbits run loose under supervision. We have house rabbits in my own house. They spend their unsupervised time in a 4 foot by 2 foot, it's an 8 square foot cage for one single rabbit. He gets supervised time out. We'll open the doors and put his rug. He's got a scruffle mat type bathroom rug, and sometimes we'll put some toys or pellets in that for him to dig out if he chooses to, and put some toys and stuff out for him. He can come out when he wants, when we're in there to supervise. And occasionally he will come out and he'll do his thing, and he'll, you know, run around a little bit and binky, but then he will also run around and binky inside of his cage at 2 o'clock in the morning. So he's got plenty of room to get the exercise either way. But he tends to, and this has been pretty consistent with every rabbit that we've cycled into the household. Because typically we'll cycle them in for a couple months and we'll cycle them back out to the barn. Right now, since Joe we had for probably close to 5 years as a pet, and he did just recently pass away. But for a larger breed adult buck, you know, if they hit 5 or 6 years, plus he had a pretty bad ear infection for a while that did kind of eat into him. But honestly, large meat breed like that, if they make it to 5 years, that's pretty average for a large rabbit. So when Joe finally went, he was the same way. He would come out on occasion, and he would literally just lay next to Kranitz on the rug. He would just chill, sniff around a little bit, very awkward binkies on occasion, and then he'd put himself away after 15 minutes to 45 minutes. They typically don't spend a lot of time outside of that safe spot. That's actually mirrored in the wild, to be honest. So yeah, and exactly what Vesper's saying, that they literally spend almost their entire day in their warrens, in their, you know, and then they come out twice a day to feed and stretch their legs a little bit, and then they go back in. And that's what we were seeing even with Joe, where we'd open up the doors and he could come out when he wanted to, and, you know, he'd come out for a little bit. And then the one time we left it open all night long, I was freaking out, going, oh no, he's escaped, he's not in his cage. And I walk over and pull up the skirt on the couch, and he was literally less than a foot from his door. And he's just like, yeah, what? Just napping. So he didn't go very far, because they tend to have their safe spot, and he went there because it was another kind of enclosed spot. But they don't typically go very far, even when they do get let out. And we've had escapees that typically will come back after they've had their fun, and then they sit under their cage and asking for uppies. Yeah, I can't eat here. Pick me back up, mommy. And I've had that be pretty consistent. So for my own experience with my rabbits, if they do end up getting out of the cages, or you do allow them out of the cages, they don't stay out very long, and they want to go back to their safe spot. So anyway, back to this, there's several things that are you know, kind of questionable here. Number one, leaving them all to run together. Rabbits are territorial, and although she may have it where at this point in time they have found some sort of homeostasis together, you know, if you bring another rabbit in, or you remove a rabbit and bring it back, that'll trigger them to start fighting again. And that's also been repeatedly seen in testing and studies that have been done. Yeah. And the other thing with this is she's got them on a hardwood floor type, you know, surface. And it looks like there's a pile of hardwood over there that they're getting ready to refloor. That is very slippery for rabbit paws. That can actually cause sprains, that can cause leg breakage, that can cause tendon damage because they're sliding. It's actually not a good surface for rabbits to be on, because they can't grip on that kind of surface. And the other issue with carpet is carpet tends to be very abrasive. So it's fine for them to be out under supervised conditions for short periods of time, but they should not be allowed constantly to be out without supervision, because they will chew your floorboards, they will eat your drywall, they will chew your cables, they will chew your curtains, they will eat the rug, and these things will either cause property damage or blockages. So there's all kinds of issues with unsupervised, and, you know, rabbits in particular being out and about, because they're not cats and dogs. They're a prey animal. And so that can also be an issue, quite a bit of an issue. So it's like, and then this is really laughable. Jay's Rabbit Rescue seems to think that water bottles cause malocclusion. This here, and if that was one of hers, this is genetic. Now, to a degree, the bottom teeth being like this, sometimes that can be caused by cage biting. Um, and that's a pretty, if it's caused by cage biting, usually it's the rabbit is stressed and needs to be, if anything, put into a smaller, quieter area away from other animals so it doesn't stress as much, and given more toys to chew on. We've had one or two that were cage biters in the past that have come from other rabbit trees, or we had one that, because we were doing a big barn clean out, he was off in his carrier in a safe location for a little bit longer than we really wanted. He ended up having to stay a full 24 hours in there instead of just, a couple hours to get things clean because of what we were trying to manage. So he did do some cage biting and had dislodged one of his teeth in the process. And that is a pretty easy fix if it's not genetic. If it's not genetic, you can cut the teeth down to the gum line and let them regrow. And usually within one trimming, they're fine. We had to do something similar to that with, there was some teeth damage on Sombra at her end of life. And I did have to clip her tops and bottoms down twice. But we think there may have been a few other problems there. But she was at the very end of what her natural life was going to be at that point, and so it was just keeping her comfortable until it was time for her to pass. But for the most part, this is genetic. The one that we're looking at here, this example she's showing, that is 100% genetic. You can clip those teeth, but that is not caused by the water bottle. Domino has a video. Actually, if you give me a second, I'll see if I can pull Domino's video up, because it is an excellent slow screen representation of how they actually do drink out of the water bottle. So, and then you could actually see that their teeth don't even touch. It doesn't even touch the bottle. Let's see if I can find Lizzie being hydrated, and then I can go ahead and we can just look at that. Because I don't think she made that video too long ago, but it was definitely summer. TikTok, let me click on the things. There we go. Here it is. So this is a perfect example, slow motion video of how rabbits actually drink. So in the video that Jay's Rabbit Rescue is saying, is like, you can hear the clicking, their teeth are hitting it all the time. What you're hearing when it clicks is the way that these gravity waterers work is there's a metal pipe with a little ball bearing inside. And the ball bearing keeps the water from flowing out constantly. And when they're licking it, that ball bearing is clicking up, so it's up into the pipe, so it releases water around it. And so what they're doing is they're lapping the water up by pushing the ball up and then drinking that water that flows through. So their teeth never actually touch. Like if you look here, at no point is her teeth touching the metal part. She's purely just making the snappy sound with it when it hits. So that is what we're actually looking at. So the bottles, and as far as the hydration, we can talk deeper on hydration in rabbits. The study, I always want to say Marcus. I have to go look it up again because I get the right name, but M. Klaus, I believe. The study that they always reference was done with 12 Netherland dwarfs, broken into two groups, and plus a control group. So it was really only studied 4 rabbits at a time. It didn't take into account evaporation on the bowls, and that when they compared, and all it did was they said, well, there was more water that was drunk from the bowls than there was from the bottles. But like I said, evaporation wasn't taken into effect on the open top bowls versus the bottles don't evaporate the same way. And if you actually look at the numbers, the margin of difference between water drunk in a bowl and water drunk in a bottle was so minusculely tiny that it really, honestly, wasn't. It had no real effect. And so they try to point to that, saying, well, this was more, they drank more out of the bowls than they did the bottle, and it's more natural, but it really wasn't. It was an inconsequential study. It was only done on this teeny tiny group of Netherland dwarfs, and it was never repeated. But this guy got the paper published, and he self-cites and clicks back into that. Like they use this as like it's God, it's evidence, be there, here, there, whatever, evidence for forever and ever and ever that you should never use a water bottle and only use bowls. Truth of the matter is, it does not matter if you have a bottle, a bowl, a gravity system, a trough, however you want to make sure your rabbits are hydrated is fine as long as they have access to clean, fresh water at all times. That's really it. Is just the rabbits just need to have access to water. It doesn't matter how you're delivering it. Now, and then saying, well, one's better than the other, this will get dirty, that'll get dirty. You have to clean bacteria out of your bowls on a regular basis. You should be checking your bowls daily to make sure they haven't been cracked or chipped or are leaking. You have to check your bottles on a daily basis. And you have to check your gravity nipples on a daily basis. Part of my feeding schedule when we were on the gravity waters is every single one of those nipples was compressed to make sure that it was working every day, twice a day. Same thing when we run water bottles. Part of my maintenance test when I'm checking my rabbits, if they're on a bottle, is hitting that ball to make sure that water, it's not clogged and that water's still coming out. That should be just standard maintenance. So it's no difference. You should be making sure that everything is full, that your lines are working, that nothing is leaking, and the same thing with your bowls. Make sure they're not cracked, make sure they're not broken, and then everything you flush as needed to make sure it's not building up bacteria. It doesn't matter what system you use. My bowls get this like black gunk in them sometimes, which is really gross, and then they all go down and they get biocided. So we keep an eye on that because they get hay and food particles and whatever in the water. It can cause a bacterial bloom, and it can be very fast in the summer. So that's why you do those daily checks and you scrub those things out. Or you sit them in biocide if they're starting to look like they're getting yucky. The same thing goes with the bottles. If you're getting algae growth in there, you put a couple of rocks and a bleach rag and you shake that sucker up so you break down all that algae, and then you rinse them out real good, or you go let them sit in the biocide for an afternoon and you rotate everyone out. Same thing with the lines on the gravity feeders. Every so often you got to run bleach or hot water or whatever you need to run through those lines. And there's stuff you can put in as add-ons that are going to keep them clean. Also, if you're going to be adding probiotic to the water, if you add probiotic, my recommendation is don't put it in the bottles, put it in the bowls. And then completely wash and dump those bowls daily, because that probiotic goes bad it starts to stink within 24 hours, especially in the summer. It'll last a little bit longer in the winter, but if your temperatures are going to be above like 45, 50, you're going to want to make sure that you're cleaning it more often. So that's another one. Yeah, exactly. There's other ways to test for dehydration. Like you can do the skin pinch, tenting to see if they're dehydrated and things like that. How their ears fall is going to tell you if they're actually dehydrated or not. Droopy ear in the summer can be a tell of dehydration if it's really hot out. That's one of your first signs. Now, there's other things droopy ear can mean too, but if a rabbit's ears start drooping that normally don't droop, dehydration can be the cause of that, as well as if you tent the skin and the skin doesn't snap back. If you tent the skin and the skin stays up, that's also a sign of dehydration. There's lots of little things that you should kind of be looking for. Glassed over eyes. The rabbit, similar to signs of heat stroke. Small poops, very small, dry rabbit droppings is also a sign that the animals are not getting enough water. So that's another thing that you need to look at, and that's all part of what we do for daily checks. So anyway, moving on, we're gonna continue. So she is trying to correlate this, which is funny. It's like, okay, this rabbit happens to have nice teeth and it's in a bowl. Correlation is not causation. And there's no guarantee that one was the other. Ours are on bowls. But that last picture she showed with malocclusion, that wasn't caused by the bottle. That was genetic. And she's like, oh, look at all my feet. Look at all my feet. Okay. The thing is, I can also show you all my rabbits' feet that don't have any sores. I can do the same thing. It has very little to do, and this has been proven by science. It has very little to do with the surface that they're kept on, and it has much more to do with their genetics. These, yes, they have good feet. Congratulations. But if you put them on wire, they would still have good feet. The wire doesn't cause sore hocks. Yeah, capillary refill can also be. You can do a press test, and sometimes that can give you an idea. This right here is also abusive technically. I mean, you got them on grass. Personally, I don't recommend it. There are people that keep colonies and they want to deal with that. That's fine. But when you keep a colony and when you keep rabbits on grass, you have to accept certain certain dangers and certain precautions. So the dangers and the reason that I avoid putting my rabbits on grass is parasites, pathogens, and predators. Those are the three P's. So if you can accept the three P's, okay. But there's less chance your rabbits are going to get attacked by a predator in a cage. There's less chance that they're going to get, diseases being kept in a cage because they're not as exposed to a lot more things that they're going to get exposed to on dirt. And the same thing with parasites. There's a lower instance of parasites if they're kept in a clean, proper cage. So you can raise colony. That's fine if you want to do colony, but there are precautions that need to be taken. You may need to run your breeders with the trolls, the baycocks, more frequently to watch out for coccidia. You may need to test your soil more often. You may need to take other precautions. You might need to go ahead and put some kind of like a bird net over top of whatever area they're roaming in to help keep hawks and other predators and owls and things out of that space. Maybe you're running an indoor colony that'll help that with a little bit, but there's things that you still can't control. You can't control if a dog breaks in. You can't control mice or rats or wild rabbits carrying in disease. So there's a lot of other factors. And like I said, if you want to do that, that's fine. It's not my personal choice. It's keeping rabbits on hard mode. It's just a different husbandry practice. So when the question is this abusive? Like, well, if you're not taking the proper precautions and you're not aware of these problems, yes, it can be. You got to also remember rabbits are prey animals. They don't really like just wide open spaces. They need to be you need to kind of keep an eye on them because they do stress more that way. So, it just really, it just really depends on your overall husbandry. So the question is, yeah, letting them run free can be abusive. Lying to people about, bowls versus bottles and that they cause malocclusion when it's actually genetic. Most of the accusations she's making are actually genetic issues. And that kind of goes back to what we had told the last vegan. But by the way, we found out that the one in probably Georgia's vegan too, with running the rescue that wants to breed the American chinchilla indiscriminately. Colony can be complicated. Like I said, I don't speak to colonies as I don't recommend it to be honest. But there is a lot you have to do, and part of that issue is also the understanding set up. I have a write up on colonies on the wiki, but again, those are it's a consideration thing that you need to know what are you willing to deal with, because the issue is the thing with colonies and rabbits is it has to be the right group of rabbits or they will fight. They have to establish dominance. And a lot of the longer time colony breeders will tell you throw them in and then you just walk away for 24 hours and let the fur fly. Like literally that is what the recommendation was, they're either going to get along or they're not, and then pull out the ones that don't. So I choose not to even bother doing that to them. I'd rather just control it. So, that's kind of where that issue is with colonies is you need to have a stronger stomach to do a colony in a lot of things, and you need to really carefully watch the setup because different people will do it different ways. There's ones that just run their bucks and their does together 24/7. There's right and wrong ways to do it, and it doesn't. They're Their rabbits are territorial no matter what. Even if you introduce them, they tolerate each other until they don't. And there's also a spacing constraint. Rabbits require approximately 80 square feet apiece in order to set up a personal territory. Even in the wild, that's how they run it. Yeah, you can't. Rabbits don't bond. They don't. That's a complete myth. They will tolerate each other until they don't. Because even when you have two rabbits, one is always the dominant rabbit and one is always the submissive rabbit. And there is no there's just no two ways about that. So even if you're running pairs, it's easier to keep two together, but the reason it's easier to keep two together is because one's dominant and one's submissive. So yeah, so that's really where that comes into. But that doesn't mean that psychologically it's necessarily good for the rabbits, because you will only have one dominant rabbit and the submissive rabbit is constantly experiencing trauma and high cortisol because it doesn't know when the other rabbit is going to request some kind of act of submission from it. So that's why we do the cage setup. Therefore, each rabbit is dominant in its own space. So that's their space. They recognize this is my space, and then they're comfortable that way. So they're not constantly being harassed by another rabbit or harassing another rabbit. And that's also why, like in the wild, when you see them all running together, they're not really together per se. If you actually watch even the cottontails and the European rabbits do the same thing, is they will tend to keep 50 to 100 feet apart. So that's why even in a colony setup, you have to have an ample amount of space so they can set up their perimeters. Yeah, they are. They're social, but not like, it's not this fluffy bunny, like, oh, they're all just going to pile on each other. Because a lot of other things, it's been similar, like even like coyotes do the same thing, where you can have a pack that makes natural boundaries at like a stream or a roadway, and they're willing to even be next to each other. But what you don't know is there's an invisible boundary where it goes, okay, I'm at the edge of my boundary and you're at the edge of your boundary, and we can touch and be friends, but you don't cross this line and I don't cross this line, because then that causes a fight. But they'll go off the other direction, or they'll keep so much space between each other. And then a lot of the other studies, what they came back with was rabbits like to be able to be visual contact with other rabbits, but not necessarily direct contact with the rabbits. Like they found that does were happier in the semen study if they could see another, which is how the cage setup works. They can see other rabbits, and they're very comfortable. They're fine. That's enough socialization. They're very introverted. Rabbits like to do parallel play, is the best way to put it, where I'm doing my thing and you're doing your thing, and I am comfortable because there's someone else there, and I'm ADHD autistic, so I understand what that is. I like to be able to be doing things with someone, but not with someone. Like, I'm going to be sitting here knitting or reading a book, and you're over there, playing with your Legos, and there's a movie on in the background, and we're just kind of doing our thing separately, but together. Rabbits are very similar that way. I like to be able to see my buddy over there, but I don't want to necessarily mess with them. They are like the ultimate introverts. So... yeah. Exactly. It's parallel play. It ends up being parallel play. So anyway, we will continue on. So they're going, well, this is like, no. Well, do I think this bunny is stressed? Actually, it's possible, because what pet people don't understand is binkying, periscoping, and running around like that is not always a happy response. Sometimes that's posturing. Sometimes that is them trying to get a look, watch out for predators. Sometimes that's a nervous response. So it's not necessarily a happy response. So it is very possible that that rabbit is stressed. That's not really scared stiff. That's a rabbit chilling on a grooming table. So again, doesn't really read or understand body language. There's a huge difference. And I guarantee you that rabbit that was stiff on the table while it was being groomed, sitting there, that's been kind of trained to do that, If you put it away in its cage and check in on it in the morning or the evening when rabbits are more active, it's probably doing cage binkies. It's probably very content. All right, what else we got? We have giant freaking strawberry. Now this one, I think the audio behind it was one of those, like, I like my personal space, you know, and my personal space, and then she's got a video of the two of them together, and I like my friend's personal space. That is harassment on a rabbit level, where it's coming up and jumping over and harassing its buddy. So, you know, it's not a happy bunny, to be honest. She can think what she wants, but it's really not. And then this one, so we're going to discuss proper use of emergency procedures. If your animal has heat stroke, and the question is if these are inside, you know, I don't know, supposedly if it was inside, she says she rescued it from something, maybe she did, but the rabbit was suffering from heat stroke. If the animal is suffering from heat stroke, primary first course of action is get rubbing alcohol and put it on the ears in front of a fan. That's your first course of action, because you want to simulate what sweating would be like. And for a rabbit, the ears have the most blood vessels. If you put alcohol on the ears, that will help cool the animal down in a safe manner. If it is still stressing, you can dip the entire animal in water, but the water must be warm, close to like room temperature. It cannot be cold, so it needs to be a lukewarm to slightly cool water, not cold water. And you must support that animal with its head above water at all times. Now, the problem with this one is at some point, you know, she just decides to leave it float. This is a risk of drowning, to be honest. And then when the animal does roll over, that can start panic, and then they can end up sucking water up their nose, and they can end up being in trouble. So this is really not the safest way to do this. If you're going to do this, and also don't put them in your sink or your bed or your bath like this, where they're this much water. Typically, when I've had emergency situations in the summer, because it does happen, we've had days where down in Indiana, even with icing them twice a day, even with, you know, all the fans going, when it gets too hot, you know, heat emergencies can happen. It's just rabbits don't do as well in the heat. Typically what we do, or what I've done, if there has been an emergency situation where I've needed to submerge an animal like this, I get a feed bucket that is a little bit larger than the animal that I'm trying to cool off, so that it can fit in there and I can wet it down safely without risk of drowning. This is a drowning risk. This is not the best way to do this. So while yes, you can dunk them, you can do something similar to this. This is too much water, and this is not safe handling. This actually can stress them out further, because rabbits don't like the water, to be honest. They don't really like this. And so that actually can cause more problems. So that is another consideration. When we get to feeding, you know, they supposedly know so much. Number one, rabbit's not in necessarily the best condition. It really could use a little more muscle. But this is too much romaine. 1 leaf of romaine lettuce is the equivalent of a medium-sized strawberry. Too much wet, like this, can actually cause GI stasis and bloat by imbalancing the hindgut bacterium. And that is a known thing. So again, this is, you know, she knows so much more, and I'm like, all right, that's fine. But the problem is, then this person is coming after people. And again, so if you're new here, if you've just joined the live, the only reason that we are doing this review is because this quote-unquote rescue has decided to go ahead and make a whole list about all the horrible abusers. Now, she may have 1 or 2 people that are deserving on this, but she's gone after actual breeders that know what they're doing. Some people need to learn to understand that they're going to keep rabbits in a tiny cage. They can't say what rabbits do and don't like. Well, actually, we can. because we're basing our knowledge and our cage sizes on actual rabbit preference studies. So, okay, is this one that we've already reviewed? Oh, no, this is a new one. So this is her going after Black Cat, I believe, who may or may not still be here. Oh, yeah, you can and that's another thing that we do. Like, honestly, for little ones, for rewarming them if they're cold, we've put them. I prefer doing the dry method, which is filling up like a warm water bag, like a water bottle, and then putting the babies on top of the warm water, and then putting another one that's not filled quite as much on top of that, and then making sure their head's uncovered so they can breathe. So that's another way, like basically making it like a water bed, to try to do a rewarming. Best way to do it, honestly, stick them down your shirt. Put the babies in the bra, right there between the two boobies. That's honestly the best way to rewarm them, and that's why typically winter time, if you have a female rabbit breeder friend, someone that's got the boobies, if you got a rabbit breeder with boobies, we probably got baby bunnies in the boobs, because baby bunnies is something that happens quite frequently. So, but we'll go ahead and, people have tried to explain to this genius over here. So I believe, and this is true, just don't take rabbits out in public. It's stressful. I think Black Cat was calling her out after she decided to be a bitch to Black Cat. It's true. You really probably shouldn't be taking your rabbits to Home Depot. You shouldn't be taking your rabbits to the store. They do stress. They're prey animals, so they do stress a lot more often. Even when we take our rabbits to shows, we try to do so as low stress as possible. And those are with rabbits that are used to going to shows. And in fact, one of the things Benny does is Benny would take his pre-juniors to a couple of smaller local rabbit shows, so they have a chance to go on a car ride when they're younger, and they have a chance to get kind of on the tables and get handled and experience that chaos before they go to nationals. So that also can be, something. Oh, are we jumping in here? Does someone else need uppies? It was an accident, sorta. You sorta accidentally. Oh, that's okay, Jay. You have lots of big haters now because you started some shit. Don't start shit if you can't, The lesson here is don't start shit unless you're gonna, unless you're gonna be able to take the shit that you started. So anyway, back to this. So, rabbits are naturally, so Paralee explained this, rabbits are naturally territorial animals and typically remain within their established home range. Only venturing out for resources such as food and water are scarce. Constantly removing them from their familiar environment can cause significant stress. This is all accurate. This is true. And where she's getting this information from comes from The Social Nature of the European Rabbit, which was I want to say John Locke study that took a case over about 5 years, and Watership Down was actually based on, I want to say Richardson's Watership Down was friends with John Locke, and he wrote Watership Down based on the research from that. So that this is like actual studies of how rabbits behave in a more natural setting. Yeah, no, you don't no you can bring, technically you can just bring them in. Honestly, Best Buy is supposed to be service animal only, but they'll let you bring anything in there too. So there's a lot of places like that where most places aren't going to really say anything unless it's going to cause problems. Typically, you can get away with bringing a rabbit into most places, but it doesn't mean that it's good for the animal. There's a lot of dogs that probably shouldn't be brought into places either, to be honest, that are just too high stress, and just it's not helpful for that animal to be in those places. So this is all correct. I fail to see the reason behind subjecting them to unnecessary disruption. So this is a very straightforward, response. And what is except for personal gratification? she's like, oh, you're so wrong. They're like, oh, no, they're totally not stressed. Like, okay, that's, again, you're showing pictures of the rabbit at your house where it's comfortable. That doesn't, that's not the rabbit at Home Depot where it's cowering in your baby carriage. And again, back to reusing footage. Again, I wouldn't allow mine to be eating grass, to be honest. You don't know what is on this. You don't know what bird flu. By the way, rabbits can get bird flu now. Which is another reason why I'm gonna go. Don't give it fresh cut shit from outside. Don't put it on the ground. Don't put it where places where birds might have pooped. Try to avoid that. You know, it's not cool. Your rabbits don't need sweaters. Oh, is that the one that has the sore hawk? I bet you that's the one with the sore hawks. It's got the it's got the booties on. So yeah, so that video has been removed, by the way, where she was complaining that she thought they were getting better and then they came back. So yeah, so that's the rabbit that has that one with the booties on. That's the sore hawk rabbit. And she wants to complain over here because remember, Black Cat just simply responded, I don't see why you're taking them to Home Depot because that's stressing them. And Jay's decided that she's going to be, you know, going to confront that. Like, okay, fine, confront it. But what she said is true. That is factual. So, Paralee, Black Cat, cool person. Go ahead and follow her. Hey, Royal. Hey, guys. So, continue here. So, they want to she wants to complain about this. Yeah, and Black Cat is correct. Rabbits should be taken outside and should never be in public spaces. That is not the healthiest looking rabbit. It's carrying an awful lot of fat in the front. It's got no muscle over the loin. Overweight and healthy rabbit. Again, Black Cat is correct. And Jay's pissed off, trying to prove a point. My rabbit has a hip disability and can't always exercise as much. Well, then feed it less. And if it has a hip disability, it should be put down. If its hips are messed up, put it to sleep. Put it in the freezer. It's not comfortable. It's going to have arthritis. If it can't exercise as much, that means it's not mobile. That means it's not healthy. That means it's in pain. You're being cruel keeping it alive. Yeah, I said that. Deal with it. Yeah. No, it's got no loin here, and it's definitely overweight. If you know your rabbit can't exercise as much, feed it less calories. Feed it less. That's on you. It's not on that. It's not fat because, you know, it's got a hip deformity. It's fat because you're not feeding it correctly. Am I wrong? No. Let's see, where else are we gonna... let's see, what says, we are being serious letting your rabbit have access to a balcony and clearly not secured very well. That's a good question. They're out on a balcony where they could fall off. Yeah, I'm sure. It doesn't matter. They hop. They can definitely, and I understand what she's saying. There's just cardboard here. They can get out that and fall. Probably shouldn't have rabbits on the balcony. Prepare to rehome a rabbit I've been fostering with me, you know, temporarily owning, and first I'm going to groom her. You know, all why she scares her rabbit stiff. Really? Is it? I don't see that rabbit being scared stiff. That is a pretty normal position for a rabbit on a carrier. Getting ready to be groomed. I don't know. What I would see as scared stiff is that video where I'm tempted to see if I can find the screenshots of her using her rabbits like a machine gun. Yeah, we can do that. So, where's the actual video from Black Cat? Actually, I'll pull up the other. I think I still have a... Yeah, I got this one. We can look at this one. It's Paralee, right? Okay, so let's go over Paralete's account. Do you remember where the video was? It's this one. Okay. Okay, what is it? A Polish or is it a that's just what it looks like. It just has bold eye. Oh my god, that's even funnier. It's got bold eye. It's not freaking out. It's literally that's just its eyes. That's how they look. That's the breed. It's not scared. It's got a proper eye set for the breed. Yeah, it's a Polish. All of the Polish look like the Polish are supposed to look like this. Oh, that makes it even funnier. She doesn't even know what they're supposed to look like. Oh, it's actually a pretty nice little Polish. Look at that. I think I might even have an example of that with hold on, let me see. I think I have a feeling. When I did the Polish when I made the Polish artwork for my t-shirts I was making, I'm pretty sure they have that eye going on. Give me a second. I want to pull my artwork up because I did the art off the standard. It's in Bun Club. It's under decals and breeds, I believe. Okay, hold on. So I'm going to go ahead and see if I can just pull my Polish example from my t-shirts up. View large icons. Yeah, they have bold eye. They're supposed to. So literally in the breed standard, they're supposed to have that very large eye to head ratio, because I drew that in there. So yeah, that's like legit. It's a Polish. Let's go pull up the Polish rabbit. Yeah, they have bold eye. That is completely normal. Let me see if I can pull up the Arba. Yeah, it's the Polish rabbits have that bold eye. That's like legit a thing on a Polish. Now she's not the best, not necessarily the best bred Polish, but that's more natural for that. Or it's a dwarf papillon mix. Because all of our dwarf papillons look like that too, where they got dwarf papillon rabbit, not dwarf papillon dog. Because the papillons are like that too. They got that bold eye, that like really, yeah. But bold eye is like legitimately, one of the things that's like in the breed standard. Yeah. Go get Paralete. Go get Black Cat. Head is short, muzzle. This is the dwarf papillon, really wide pronounced. Ears, fur color. Is there eyes on here? Ears, color, eye, circles. Your mark. Let's see if we can get But no, that is that amuses me to no end. But I just find it so funny that Jay's is like all up in arms over this, and she doesn't even understand that that's not a freaked out rabbit. That is literally the breed. That is literally, that's completely normal. So she's bitching about this. I'm like, no, let's actually look at the video. That's you know, you don't even know what you're talking about. And that's what I kind of mean by these things are so damn hilarious, where it's like you don't even, like, if you're going to complain about something, at least understand that is completely normal. That rabbit is curious, its ears forward, it is seeking attention. So this Jay's is full of shit. Um, it's not brood quality. I wouldn't breed with that, which is why, you know, sending it off to a pet home is probably your best option in this case. No, that's not a tortured rabbit. That is a very curious, happy little thing. Tell me where the problem is. I don't see the issue. Nemo over here is talking some shit too. Um, so whatever. Yes, you do spray them with water. You spray them down to mist them, and then that gets rid of the static and helps get the dirt out of the coat. That's that's why it's being spritzed. That's a grooming technique. Um, One spritz would have done it, but depending on how dirty it is and depending on what it is, it might be peroxide spray to clean up the coat, because we do use sometimes a little bit of peroxide in water to help take pee stains out and to make sure that they're kept clean. There's a couple other things that might be in there. It might be water with a couple drops of mineral oil or baby oil, and that again will kind of help slick down the coat, control dust. You know, it's a coat conditioner. Yeah, spraying and soaking are entirely different things. It's actually pretty normal practice pre-show grooming. You're not supposed to do this at the show, but a couple days before the show, you just get a little bit of olive oil or mineral oil on your fingers, and you run that a couple times through the coat to, you know, help take out the static, and it helps the fur lay more correctly. Now, you don't want to do that day of show. It's usually the grooming is a couple days before the show. You may do the spray down and cleaning and brightening, and then you brush them all the way out and make sure that they're good and dry. And then after they're dry, you do the little bit of olive oil, and that again helps the coat condition and lay down. And then you wait. You have 3 days till show, so that's your pre, you know, your typical grooming. Not too much. You don't, because the thing is, if you use too much peroxide on pee stains, it will dry the coat out and make it brittle. So you maybe want to do a 50-50, and you don't want to leave it on for too long. And that's only really, really stubborn stuff. The other ones that work really good is Cowboy Magic. You can put Cowboy Magic direct on really bad pea stains on like New Zealand whites and stuff. And again, you can't do this day of the show, and it needs to be at least 3 days before the show, because the day of the show and any time in that like less than 3 days period is kind of considered meddling. So at most on day of show, maybe just lightly spritz with water, but don't do it directly before they go up on the table, because the judges don't like their hands getting wet when they touch your rabbit, and they'll know. So at most, you might want to just baby wipe it on day of show, just to, you know, if there's anything, just to kind of help, you know, control the static. But other than that, don't. So, but 3 days before or a week before, when you're doing your grooming cycle, if there's pee stains, if there's other issues, Cowboy Magic works really good. It's a degreaser, and you can put it on, particularly stinky bucks. They like to throw pee at each other, or if your dough gets peed on because bucks are stupid. A little bit of Cowboy Magic, let it sit on for, you know, 5-10 minutes, and then you just kind of, you know, take a wet towel and you squeeze it off, and you do that a couple of times. Or you do a foot bath. If they're really, really dirty, you can foot bath them, and that's just like a little, like 2 or 3 inches of warm water, and with it and rinse. But then you have to make sure they're dry before they go out. So you need to towel them dry or blow them dry. With Rex fur, what we would do is we would basically just do it like what she does, and just spritz it down and run it through a few times, and then use the horse grouping blocks, and you use the horse blocks on that, because typically the horse blocks will get any extra fuzz or molting hairs out, and then but without damaging the coat. So things like slicker brushes and certain combs and rakes and things like that can actually damage the coat or cut the coat, and you don't want to do that with your rabbits particularly, but you do want to be able to pull gently pull out any of the loose hairs. So that's oil is a question for Domino and Maddie. And so if Domino and Maddie were here, then that would be really more of a them question. So, oh, I didn't even promote the live, did I? We're getting this many people without me even promoting this, so. Was there more here? Oh, there was. This speaks for itself. It does. It speaks to itself completely. This is a beautiful setup. I wish my setup was this clean. Then again, we do run more rabbits, but um, this is a beautiful set. This is correct wire. These are nice big cages. You know, there's nothing wrong with this setup. And then when we're done talking about this, I have some other news that we just found out today. More of just a heads up. Nothing probably can be done about it, but yeah, no, this is a beautiful setup. This is Black Hat setup. This is gorgeous. So yeah, that does speak for itself. This person has spent a lot of time and money making sure that their rabbits are correctly taken care of, that they are comfortable, that they are happy, and that, you know, they are well cared for. I don't think I've seen yours yet. It's like, oh yeah, you're gonna attack your rescue for problem areas. Always find them. Well, those problems correct and fix. Well, she's not correcting and fixing any of them. You're not, Jay. You're not. Your care sucks. And then she went up to Rabbit Pals. I agree with her on most of these, to be honest. Rabbit Pals kind of sucks too. I wouldn't do this. This is risking back break. So, yeah, Rabbit Pal's bad. I'm not gonna fight with that one. I'm gonna agree with that. But she spends most of her time going after this one. Like, okay, you do that, but then don't go after people who actually know what they're doing. Yeah. Rabbit hopping in a controlled environment is a sport, but there's also, you gotta understand limits, and it's a controlled environment. And the people that hop their rabbits know to drop the leash. The problem with just taking them out for walks is it's not a controlled environment. You don't know if there's going to be a hawk or a pet, or someone's stray dog or something else happening that's going to cause that rabbit to spook or going to try to attack the animal. Because rabbit hopping, remember, like I said, it's a controlled environment. They are typically run one at a time. They're in a enclosed room usually. The handler knows to drop the leash. The jumps are set to a maximum height. I think it's like 18 inches or something. They're not allowed to be any higher than that. So there are controls in place for rabbit hopping as a sport. Is that a carrot? That's way too much sugar. I mean, if you want me to go over everything, that's probably too much sugar. That's risking bloat and GI stasis, but, you know, whatever. Yep, strange. That video of her using her rabbits like shotguns is missing. And that is another question. That's not the same one, is it? I mean, that, because I would almost kind of wonder if that was a wild cottontail or not. Yeah, this is stress and torture for a while just to get the shot. No, if he's screaming, he's scared. And so you being like, no, he's not scared, and here it is trying to attack you because it's frightened. That's, again, you're not a wildlife rehabilitator. You shouldn't probably be messing with it. And yet, she is. Rabbits don't need ear covers. They don't. They really don't. Oh, this is another one we got a frame by frame because I think this is another one of those. Getting hate for rescuing and having many healthy bunnies, but her rabbits really aren't. They're really not. No. You're gonna do this. We're gonna. Subunli Farm Center is probably out of the U.S. to be number one. My point on this is the wrong type of wire flooring. The pellets are probably fine. The rabbits are mixed, but if they're just raising them for meat, they're just raising them for meat. If you look the comparison between, like, over here is Black Cat's floor wire versus this floor wire. So this is hardware cloth. They shouldn't be on hardware cloth. So that is correct over on this side. This is the wrong floor wire. This is the correct floor wire. So you see the difference between these two types of wire? I will agree with her on this on the floor wire. Cage spacing, I can't see how big this actual enclosure is, so I don't know. It's got a tin roof, but the sides appear to be ventilated. This can get very hot in the summer, but we're not 100% sure what the climate is or if they have more shade on top of that to prevent it. But the hardware cloth, yes, that is the wrong wire. Versus, like I said, this is the correct gauge floor wire. You can see the difference, how thin this is. This will rip rabbit feet apart. The one with the mom and the kids. I've already given my thoughts on colony raising. I personally do not recommend it. It is rabbits on hard mode, and it is not beneficial for the animals, in my personal opinion. But there are people that want to do it, and if you do it, you need to accept that you are going to either have deaths, you're going to have fights, you're going to be a higher risk for parasites, you're going to be a higher risk for disease until your colony stabilizes and they have built up a natural immunity to those things. So if you want to start raising rabbits, I do not personally recommend you start with colony. I recommend you start with a controlled cage setup until you are more familiar with recognizing the different diseases and problems that you may be having with your stock. Breeders in awful condition. This is too blurry for me to really tell, to be honest, so I can't speak too much, but that does look like a thicker gauge floor wire. It has a perpetual water feeding system. From this angle, I can't tell how big this enclosure actually is, but it does look small for the size of the rabbit. This looks like it's probably a UK or European style setup because the height is very low. If that is 2-inch wire, that is 2, 4, 6, 8. That's only about a 10-inch, which is within their animal welfare laws. But again, you know, there's a good chance that this is not U.S. based. I mean, we can look these up. I guess if you want, we can see if we can even find, you know. Last thing I need is my mouse dying on me. No, not Genesis, Genius. There's a difference. Genius Farms. It's Genius Enterprises now, so I guess the question is, okay, so that's the same one. Where is this based out of? I would actually, does this give me a little clue? I need to see a license plate. Those are not typical U.S. cattle, and the people responding to it appear to be writing in Arabic. Yeah, she's using examples from farms in Africa and the Middle East. So that's not even like I can pick this apart because, you know, from our standards, it's not up to the American standards. That may be the standards for that country, but she's had to go on, but she's going out of the country so far twice now to use examples of bad breeder care. This is the same thing. This is African or Mid-Eastern, most likely. Success Information Academy. I want it. That might actually be Nigeria. I'll double check. But so far we have 3 not even in the U.S. Factory farms, and she's using those as examples. I'm like, okay, well, that's great, but you're a rescue located in the U.S. and you're bitching and yelling at people for doing practices that we don't even do here. So this is Success. And this one, honestly, oh, they have like multiple different. This looks like they're probably in, you know, they're in a foreign country. It's not a U.S. based thing. Typically these are like Nigeria or you know, somewhere else. So you really can't make a correlating comparison if you're not gonna be holding people. These people can't be held to our standards with the American Animal Welfare Act. So this is really kind of unfair that you're going elsewhere just to point out this is abuse when this can't meet our standards because they don't have our standards. Would I consider this abuse? Is this below the standards required for the Animal Welfare Act? Yes. Yes, it is. According to our standards, this is way too small for what these rabbits should be kept in. So, yeah, that is under standard. But then she's coming back and she's trying to correlate that to, you know, yeah. Honestly, her little pens that she has these in are just as bad because they're sitting in, you know, it's sitting on a solid bottom. But, you know, you're bitching about stuff that unfortunately that doesn't correlate. So do I agree that that's abusive? yes, by American standards it is. By my standards it is. But blanket blaming people that don't have the same ones. And you're going to go with this whole adopt, don't shop? What does that have to do with your locale? No one that is watching your videos or you is directly stopping this. You want to fight something like this, you need to educate people from those countries on, you know, what the studies have been and to adjust their animal welfare laws. Don't stop that, but that's not factory farming for rabbits looks like in the US. That's so far off base using pictures. That's the kind of bullshit PETA does, to be honest. They will find some third world country or they will find some other place that doesn't have the same laws and try to make it look like, well, this is how they all do it. No, it's not. My setup doesn't look like this. We have significantly larger cages. We have more space for them. You know, the ones I'm looking at right here looks like they're maybe, you know, 12 to 14 inches deep by probably 18 to 24 wide. Do we have cages that size? Yeah. We keep single dwarf breeds in those. Not, you know, full-size commercial meat rabbits. Commercial meat rabbit cages are like 3 times that big. So that's you know, she's, again, you're grasping at straws here, Jay. You're grasping at straws. Is that proper handling? No. Is that acceptable in the US? No. So she wants to have a reaction video. Okay, you do that. Yes, that is wrong. And there's no one that's going to say it's not wrong. Because the breeders are going to agree with you on this. That is incorrect. Just like when we tried to educate the person on the American chinchilla. You can't just throw 2 chins together and call it breed preservation. This rabbit also has a bold eye. Can we also say that this rabbit is freaked out? I mean, it seemed to work perfectly fine on Paralyte's video. Obviously, it's freaked out because it has a bold eye. Yep, remove the video of her using a rabbit's like machine gun. Should I try to find that? Do I still have that? Did I update that? Did I put that in the Discord? I have screenshots of it, but I don't have the original video. So she removed this video. There was several of this bullshit where she's literally has her rabbits posed up like they're little shotguns. I really wish you would just. So there's several images here where this video was removed. Again, Jay's Rabbit Rescue posted, so it was 2/24/05/01, and when we called her out on this, she removed it. She was complaining that Royal Aspirin was improperly holding her rabbit because she was supporting it underneath the chest and underneath the base. And she did a quick move with it. And so we called her out going, how is this not improper handling? Because she'd had each one of her rabbits, and she wasn't just holding them, she was like doing like this, like they were shotguns, going do 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 to the music to make her stupid TikTok video. So she's literally presenting her rabbits like making the sound effects like they're a machine gun, holding them under both bases and whipping them around like this. Like if you actually could see the video, I don't know if I was able to save it or not, but in the actual video, it's not like slow. She's like whipping them back and forth, and we called her ass out on it, or I called her ass out on it, and yeah, that happened. And then she was bitching up here at Royal Aspen saying, oh my god, this move was so abusive. Again, she gets her under the chest, so she's supporting the animal with her fingers under the chest, and then readjusting her in the second move with her on the table. versus Crazy over here is using them like a machine gun and whipping them all over the place. So she's supporting under here, and she's got her supported under here. Her fingers are under the chest, her fingers are under the base, and she's scooching it really quickly up and down. 1, 2, 2 seconds. Not whipping her around like a friggin' machine gun. Huge, huge difference between those two things. Huge, huge difference. Do we want to cover anything else with this one? I feel that we've discussed everything that we need to discuss on this for right now. And now I guess we're going to be open forum if you guys have general questions. So if you would like, we can just do open forum. Yeah, we can do that. Give me just a second. I gotta try to stay up for as long as I can anyway. Hey, lady.
I have someone feeding right now, so I don't want to go in, but I have a video up.
Alright, hold on.
It just shows it really well.
Oh, I gotta try to stay up all night. That's gonna suck.
Yeah, that's not gonna be fun.
Well, then I also got my, my tax stuff came in. I didn't realize I had to file, I was supposed to file on the 1st. And I have to get it filed before the 12th of next month. I'm gonna have to, I was looking it over, I'm gonna have to actually call the state of Indiana because I was having problems logging into my account to figure out what I actually need. Because I've never had to do that before. So I had to call them on Monday and be like, aha, I need to know what I need to do. So I can get you your tax things. Yay, tax things.
Hello.
Okay, and Vespa. Okay, which ones?
Okay, it's the one where it's my room. That's that one.
Was it pink?
Yes. Because it was a sort of get ready with me type thing, so it started with this.
Mm-hmm.
In the puppy.
Yes, you got the double stackies too.
Mm-hmm. Or that's one she can go up and down in, which I know isn't the best, but I don't make that decision.
No, and again, this is a nice set. You got nice concrete floors. It's clean, stainless. It's a very, very nice setup. That's a very, very organized, very nice.
Yeah, this is part one.
Yeah,
because we have them in 2 different spots.
Yeah, like we got all ours in the same barn, but it's, you know, we built the racks, and then tomorrow morning early, like I'll probably try to split my schedule tonight. Yeah, so you got the nice mats. I'd love to be able to throw the mats down, but we don't have concrete floors at this time. So I
think this is technically a wooden floor.
Yeah, but you got
because this is a shed that we built specifically for them.
Mm-hmm. But again, it's a very nice setup. With the three-part stackers. I have one stacker.
They're actually 4.
Oh, okay. I don't want to do 4 high again. Like we did like that, and it was just. I don't feel that we could, or at least I don't feel that I could properly assess the rabbits as well.
Yeah. My mom's tall, so
I'm not,
and she's the main caretaker. I hate it because because we have like solid ceramic bowls for their water. I can't see the water level because I'm short, so I have to stick my fingers in it.
Oh, I do too. So the little ones, like the little ones, the dwarf breeds. Mm-hmm. Those are up on the top, and so we do have 3 high for that for Lee's rabbits. So Lee's rabbits are 3 high, all the way down, and my New Zealands and my Harlequins and my Sanitas are only 2 are double level because we thought
Gotcha.
about this like we can fit like we have enough cages to do it. Like I have like 400 cages, but I'm only using 96 total, and so we could go up to 400 if I wanted to, but then that requires triple or quadruple stacking. And I'm like, I can't reach. I don't feel as comfortable doing that with the tray dumps because then you're trying to pull, loaded trays up above your head, and I'm like, I don't want to do that. So we're trying to keep it where it's more manageable. So if someone needs to go through and has to spend like 2 days dumping trays by themselves without getting any, like 2 people can do it in like a day, and 3 people can do it in like an hour and a half. So it's one of those things. So if you have 2 people, like you have one person scraping and sort and bagging, and then one person pulling the trays forward and one person throwing clean trays up, it goes so much faster.
My mom somehow does this all by herself.
Yeah, but if you do it all by yourself, it may take, you have to do it in shifts. So.
Yeah, she doesn't do every single one at once.
Yeah, and last thing, the dwarf breeds we can kind of do 3 holes, but even then, like the papillons that are up on top, I have to stick my fingers in to make sure that the bulls are right. Normally, I just count. Like after a while, you kind of learn. It's like as soon as it kind of starts, rolling over, it's full. So. So we just top everything off daily. But it's also harder to assess rabbit health condition. Like Kranitz is too tall. Like he's great for the tall cages, like up on top, but then he's missed stuff before and gone through with someone being sick and not catching it because he's not. He's too tall to see everything, and I'm like,
I can
have to bend down and
get the 3 highs pretty fine. So whenever I start my own program, I'm just gonna stick with 3 high.
Yeah, two is fine for me. Especially with the amount that we got. But that's a nice clean setup. Like I said, we got to go through. I wish I had all stainless steel trays. That'd be so much easier. But we got the.
We actually, they're not all. Most of them aren't stainless steel trays.
Well, the metal trays, but.
Well, they're not metal. They are a plastic.
Are they? They're just white. Okay, we got the black plastic ones.
Yeah, they're. I think we get those trays from KW. The majority of our cages are KW.
We spent an hour and 15 minutes on Jay's rabbit rescue, and just pointing out the bullshit.
Dang.
So just so later on, when someone wants to say we did a 3-hour live on them, I think the time for the last idiot was 28 minutes.
Yeah.
It's 3-hour live on us. Like no, it was like 20 minutes, and the rest was just me bitching about just bullshitting, like on general crap. But yeah, we went to Home Goods today and we looked at all the bunny stuff.
Yeah.
So that's what we did. I'm trying to decide if I just want to like chill on live for a while and see if anyone else shows up, or if I want to like go take a nap and then come back. Because it's a lot easier to do this if we have if we have questions. Oh no! They kept changing it because someone responded to it. It's like it was a 4-hour live and it was only 20 minutes on you. Because Mimi's an idiot. Because Mimi's just that other rescue. Yeah. If you want to call him that.
Yeah. The other thing, I think it was Jay who said this to me, but it was someone who said like rabbits, animals who run, or what's the word? Like no. I guess who run like 100 miles a day aren't gonna be happy in cages. Rabbits don't run 100 miles a day.
They really only rabbits are.
These are rabbits, not horses.
Energy like nothing else. They only run if they're being like chased by a predator.
Exactly.
Most of mine are so lazy. Yeah. They just sit there like bumps.
Yeah, no, they don't. They really don't. And what I noticed, like, so I've been getting off work at like 4 to 5 a.m. And so I was swinging by the rabbit barn before going home to go to sleep, to try to like do chores or whatever, depending on. So I've been swinging by to check nest boxes on the way home, And if you go in the barn early, because they're crepuscular. My rabbits binky in the morning. So if I walk in the barn and I just stand there, they're all binking in their cages. They're doing little stupid hops and their spins, and they're being dumb. But they're morning binkiers, and I've noticed that up at the other barn too. It's like when the sun comes up, the rabbits get up and do their little dances, and then they kind of settle down for the day. And then after dinner, occasionally you'll have a few that'll do that. So we were talking about the J Rabbit rescue. And we were addressing because the problem is they've been attacking breeders and other people and posting a lot of shit for views that's not accurate information at all. And so after like the 7th or 8th time they decided to do this and try to cause fights, we just went through the whole account and called them out, is what we did. So what I will probably do is I will download the live later and I will post that to my YouTube channel. And I'll probably do that for the other couple lives that we did, and just post the unedited to the YouTube, so we have it. But the point was that they've made so many videos attacking other people that we have a right to respond, and so I just did. This is just a response video to that. Mimi, honestly, and both of them seem to have the same pattern where they're really just looking for engagement, be it fake engagement or what. It's just that they're just looking for engagement. And Mimi's is almost even more sinister because they're claiming to be a non-for-profit. And the thing is, you can't claim to be a non-for-profit unless you actually have 501c3 status, and they don't appear to. So I'll be kind of waiting and monitoring that and see what happens. Because Mimi's also had that bird flu issue, which means that technically all of the animals on her farm may have already been exposed, and that's dangerous. You don't bring bird flu into a so-called rescue and then rehome animals that have been exposed to other people. So, yeah, and also rescues typically don't breed. I mean, that's not entirely true. There's a lot of breeders on here that also rescue. But typically you don't breed your rescues. That's kind of the gray area there. So
I feel like there's also a difference between like a rescue breeding versus a breeder rescuing.
Yeah. And there are cases, like I've looked at some stuff where I guess you could say I quote unquote rescued it, but I took it home because it had some like the Sanitas wouldn't have started if I hadn't swapped a rabbit out. Mm-hmm. There was a lady up in Indianapolis that had bought Indy for her 3-year-old. And they had this rabbit for maybe a year, and then she got very hormonal and aggressive and was biting her 3-year-old. And I had this black probably New Zealand Rex mix buck that absolutely could not breed. I had tried to breed him with everything, and he had either been neutered or he just was completely sterile. But he was sweetest little thing. And so I have this really well temperamented buck. They just wanted a rabbit, for their house rabbit, and I was interested in Indy, and so I go trade you. And so I traded Indy for my sterile buck, and she ended up being the mother of the Sanita project. So sometimes things like that happen, but I had intents to breed her because the way she was behaving, I go, that seems to be hormones. I go, she just wants to be bred. And I figured worst case scenario, I was just doing some experiments for meat mutts anyway, so even if she had
one of my Hemidos, she I pet her and she sounds like a freaking pig. But too, if I go pat her over her butt, she goes and sticks her butt up. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, okay.
Oh, she wants bread. Yeah.
No, she definitely does.
Oh yeah.
She definitely does.
My finish though was.
And she's been like that since her last litter was weaned. Like before, she was started doing like that right before we weaned them, and I'm like, okay, girl. And it's just also funny because prior to that, she would not breed. Prior to that, because she was just. When I looked, she was very pale pink, and so she just needed that extra time to develop. And now it's just funny that 180 she did.
Well, yeah, and Indy, as soon as she'd had her first litter, she settled right down, and she was the sweetest thing.
Oh yeah.
But also, Indy was the one that she was 7 or 8 years old when she finally passed a congestive heart failure, and she was lifting even after she'd gone blind. like she had gone blind during one of her last litters because as they get older, they're at higher risk for getting like pregnancy glaucoma, which is caused by pregnancy diabetes. And so one of the last litters that she had started to develop cataracts, and then I think we've only bred her one time after that to get to try to get a replacement, and then that was it, and she was retired for like 2 years. But even when she was retired, if you pet her and you got your hand down by her butt, she would lift out the ass right up. I want to go again. So like you're not going again. You're too old and everything else. And she's like, no, I want to go. I'm like, you're on your way out. She's like, no, I want more babies. I'm like, oh.
My Flemish doe was on the list for 2 whole months until I could finally breed her.
Yeah. And a lot of people don't understand that. It's like, well, how do you know they want to have babies? You're raping them. I'm like, they want to have babies.
It's pretty obvious.
They want it. They're hardwired to make babies. So. But the whole thing is like I'm a conservation breeder because I do absolutely nothing that a conservation breeder does. I almost wish I had screenshotted those comments and just overlaid "You're so vain. You probably think the song is about you." Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should download that live and just clip all the sections where we were just talking bullshit about everything else. Oh man.
I haven't been on breeder TikTok in a while, so I'm like trying to get all the information about what y'all are talking about.
Mimi's whatever fuzzy farm, according to the story, she, whatever this couple that runs this thing, the fuzzy farm people, got their hands on an American chinchilla.
Supposed American.
It probably is. So I can tell you what I think happened. I think they bought their Angoras. I think they bought the Amchim. If they're telling the truth about it being registered, even though they haven't shown the right ear yet, or if there's an ear tattoo, they may have bought them, like she claims, from a show breeder, which means they probably misrepresented themselves as show people that wanted to do whatever. And then got on their site, and the original video we all saw, out of context, before we found the rest of this out in the comments, was, I'm trying to say, I need to find a boyfriend for my American chinchilla that's on the endangered rabbit species list, so that I can save her species, or save her breed.
No.
And
oh my god.
Oh no.
And so a bunch of breeders jumped in and were like, hey, can you pose her up so we can see what she looks like, because we might be able to make some suggestions on who to go to find a good buck. And the responses that we got back were, oh, well, I don't want to go to like show breed. I don't believe in like show breeding or confirmation breeding because it like doesn't help like the gene pool. And I'm just going to be a conservation breeder, which means I just need to find another person with an American chin just so they can have babies. And we're like, that's not how that works.
No, that's not how it works at all.
And so like 14 different people told them that is absolutely not how it works. That is not conservation breeding. That is backyard breeding. You're just making rabbits. And so people asked her stuff like, well, are you culling? You know, you don't seem to understand like everything that goes into breed preservation to make sure that it is what it is. You don't understand any of the philosophy behind this. Are you going to show these rabbits so you know they're to standard? You know, are you selling them? What are you doing? She's like, I don't believe in selling them or anything. We're just going to keep them all in like a colony in the backyard and be one happy family.
Nah.
What the?
Well, nah. Oh, that is weird. Okay, look, that is weird.
Yeah, and then she's the only one in with pets. I don't know, Bree, you can come up if you want. I think I've tried to invite you, but yeah, no, and so they've gone off on all this. Yeah, and she posted about the rabbit cult telling her that she couldn't have pets and she had to eat her rabbits. Like, no, we were telling you is if you're going to breed, you're going to need to cull in order to keep to the standard.
Yeah.
Like, what I was telling you was you picked an American chinchilla to conserve. You do understand that is a meat and fur breed, which means you need to understand meat structure and you need to understand fur structure because they're used for meat and pelts. Because apparently they're vegan, or at least now they started tagging their videos vegan after the fact. So I really think it's just a trolling.
Wow.
They're just trolling for whatever. Because I'm pretty confident because they're following 2 Arbor breeder accounts. Like they have Angoras and they're following an Angora breeder from Indiana, which makes me really wonder if they didn't buy their Angoras from this breeder up in Indiana. Which I guess someone was supposed to be asking her this weekend when they were at a show with them. Which I kind of hope that they did, so we can maybe get asked like, did you sell someone some rabbits? Because
I'm pretty sure they're trolling at this point, because then they
sure
posted
they're
a video saying like, "Oh, I rescued a chicken."
What I really think is going to happen because it's a brand new account and their website doesn't even have any information yet, is that they set up a fake rescue and they're going to just post random stories bad mouthing people for donations. I almost feel like that's what the scam's going to be, because there's so many dog rescues and farm rescues that do that already, where they will grab like the worst looking thing out of a shelter and post a sob story, collect the donations, and the animal dies anyway.
Yeah, that's horrible.
The worst con artist.
Yeah, which is kind of which is the, I'll be honest, that's the feeling that I get off of this, is it feels like it's being set up to be a con and we caught him really, really early and they're annoyed that we caught him before they got started.
They were talking about how they had a chicken that had bird flu and how they saved it.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh,
and in the background is my setup. That is just knocked my glasses off my head.
Yeah, this
that is me.
Which is a very, very nice and clean, and we were looking at Royal Aspens earlier. Mine's not. I mean, I wish I had all steel like this.
No, that was Black Cats, not Aspens.
Oh, excuse me, Black Cats. We looked at. Like actually, this is. I think this is. I'm back on. Yeah, I'm back on my account, so I can go over here. I have socks that no one knows about, just so I can continue.
Yeah.
I have to.
Mm-hmm.
You have to. So. Oh, this stupidity from this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Rip.
It's okay, I was milking 8 different goats, but the green collar one, which is this one, was being really, really good, and then I went to pick up the bucket, and she picked up her leg at the same time, and we timed it really badly. Because what happened right after this entire foot in bucket was she looked back at me like, why is my hoof wet? And I'm like, I don't know, why is your hoof wet?
It's good for the garden.
Do you have to dump that, or can you, like, heat
I
it?
dumped it anyway. We're dumping all the milk right now. I usually just
okay.
dump out the one, but...
Wouldn't there be a way to, like, lock their feet down? Not, like, restraint-wise?
There's, like, hobbles.
I was thinking more or less, like, a post or something connected to a bench. I don't know goats, I'm sorry.
KW is great, because they're expensive, but they last.
They are. Well, I have KW ones, but they're very nice.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to build a redo them all.
Like, I still have my originals from 2016, and not even a single speck of rust.
Yeah, that is, they do hold up really well like that.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have pictures of the new bunny barn? That's the old barn. That's the old barn. I thought I did a walkthrough.
I did kind of want to talk about, like, wire thickness, because I'm looking to upgrade my cages, and I'm noticing that some people nowadays use the 1" by 1" mesh wire instead of the 1x2 wire.
It's not 1x2, it's 1/2 inch by 1 inch.
No, I'm talking about siding.
I have mixed wire. So the KW cages for their dividers either use a solid dividers or they use basically 4 wire. Like the smaller wire, because it helps keep them from fighting through the bars.
Yeah.
I prefer 3/4 solid if I can. But like I said, I think Vitrola is one of the KW cages, so if I can get
yeah, because all the cages I have that are made together where there's a divider uses just the 2" by 1".
It's like, this is a KW cage. If you look at the side, their side, their between wire is the same as their floor wire.
Yeah.
And then their back and top and front wire is the 1x2. And well, this is baby safe, but it's 1x2 baby safe.
All right.
KW is actually really not that expensive, even with the even with shipping.
Yeah, and with the quality they have,
because honestly,
it's really worth it.
Yeah.
With shipping, now granted, it's a couple of years ago, so I'd assume probably $50 more on shipping, so it'd probably be $400 now. But I think it was $350 with shipping, for the 15-foot five holes that these in the video, the 15-foot 5-hole. Yeah, so those are the 30s that we bought, but these were the 15 5-hole. I have had a little bit thinking I put the doors on, so I just need to go and tighten these doors up. And the ones on the bottom were the ones I ordered the wire, and I assembled these myself. So I just ordered the wire and then we assembled them. And then the ones on the top were the ones that.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So we sold 3 rabbits to a family for 4-H, and they got KW, but they got their newer ones that have the attached nest box.
Oh yeah. So Teresa bought those. The room, like the rabbit,
oh my god, those
condos.
are nice. I'm just okay, dang, y'all are definitely not scared to put money to invest in this.
So Teresa, who's part of one of my other Snita breeders in Indiana, she has 2 of those that she had 2 of my does in, and they're really they're double. They're like a full bottom, and then they have a perch, and then they have a separate nest box that comes out the front, and they're at an angle, so when you open it up, it's a lot easier to get in there to reach everything. So they are super nice, and they're big. They're like park size. And they look like they're really comfortable. So if you're running a smaller rabbitry, like 25 rabbits, I think Sunstone, I want to say Sunstone Orchards.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, she has all.
She's got a whole barn full
of them. Yeah, she's got a whole barn full of those. So they upgraded everything to those, and they are really nice. But you can't double stack them. They're single only. So because we double, because I thought about that too, but I'm like, well, I'm doing double stack, so it's not. It's not.
Wait, were those? Didn't they have like a exhibition of that at convention?
Yeah, they did.
Probably.
Give me a second, I'll show you. I have to scroll all the way down to convention.
Yeah. Scroll.
Scroll. There's convention. Where's the picture of it? Was before that. Come on.
I would imagine that the shelf of those would be kind of hard to clean.
Another good cage company is Pointer Hill. They're out of PA, and they hold up for years too.
I thought I posted it. Where did I post? Was it with the exhausted rabbit? That's the giant Angora that was up on the auction. Look at it.
You're so eepy.
I want to boop it.
So eepy.
I want to boop it so bad. Look at it. It's boopable. Oh, actually, it might be in that shot. Come to think of it, because it was like right behind it. They had it in the alleyway.
I remember the clip you're trying to look for,
but a whole darn clip. Oh, it's over there in between, but I can't. Okay, I actually have video of it. If I can remember where I posted it.
You could also just go to their website.
No, that's no fun. I have to be up all night anyway. You can all suffer with me.
Fair enough.
Oh, convention was fun. Look at all the abused rabbits. I'll get them all. You know what? I'm so sad. People keep saying PETA comes to these rabbit shows and does things. No, they haven't come to any show I've been at yet.
I've had them show up to one show before, and it was hilarious. One person had a sign that said SOARHAWKS for Sorehawks. Like soar as in fly, and then hawks like the bird. Like if you're gonna protest, at the very least, grammar check yourself.
I made shirts, and I ended up donating half my damn shirts to the auctions. I don't even know who got them all.
That's more like they're trying to promote a school, Sorehawks.
Yeah.
Oh, Sorehawks. I donated these to the Californian Club, so they had t-shirts and magnets and stuff.
Isn't convention in India this year?
Yeah, Bob's running it this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm still not gonna go because my mom thinks it's terrible timing and place.
Terrible place.
Isn't it later this year? Like in November?
It's in November.
Yeah, it's in November. Which sucks for me because I was invited to a friend's birthday party up in Minnesota. And so it would have lined up perfect if they had just the times right like they normally did.
Anyway, modular hutch looks like this. I kind of wanted to get the pictures because it's this doesn't do it justice to how big this is. It's huge. It's really
it is huge.
It is huge. It's really
and you
nice,
can divide it into a bucktail cage.
But for it's 346 starter price, which was what it cost me to build 5 holes.
And the people that got rabbits from us bought 3 of them.
Yeah. And that's just the thing. So there's add-ons. So then there's a starter stand like I want to see what's the basic that it comes with. So and the whole thing comes apart for pressure washing.
Yes.
I mean, I suppose you could turn that into a hanging cage.
Yeah.
I mean,
what are the dimensions of it?
Work with our system depending how tall it. Actually, how tall is it?
I believe it's almost 5 feet.
No, well, 5 feet wide. Yeah, but I want to know height wise because that depends how we're going to build it into a framework. But even then, I think that'd be really difficult to access as a double layer. Like you'd have to put that like way low and then have the second one be at like arms like level in order to get in there properly. So you might be able to put one below and one on top, but I don't think it's really not set up to be double stacked. They really need to be single stacked.
With it essentially being a top loader, it would be hard to get to those upper levels.
I feel like you couldn't open the door the whole way either for the one on the bottom.
I think it looks like it's 28. It was 28 deep, which isn't too. See, I don't like anything more than 24 deep, to be honest. Because anything more than that, I find it's really difficult.
And especially with that width, because then it's like if they're in a corner, even if 24 deep, if they're in that corner.
Yeah, it gets really difficult.
Oh, and they always go to the corner.
The center hole is easier to deal with, but so and they have a 16 or a 14 or a 16 gauge. I really do recommend not going less than the 14 gauge, personally. 12 gauge is even better, but typically you don't see 12 gauge.
They have 12 gauge wire.
Yeah, you can get 12. You can get 10 gauge too, but if you're gonna get like
on that
like
thing,
giant
though,
breeds, get the 12 or the 10 gauge, but it's gonna cost like an arm and a leg. So.
Oh yeah, I bet. I've never seen that for sale though, so I'm shocked that they have it in that option.
Well,
I looked into it, and the only place I could find was like in Texas.
I would
Heck, I'm even in Texas and I can't find it.
Oh, yeah, I did find one
where
once.
in Texas?
Yeah,
yeah, that does.
I don't know. I'm in Canada, so that was very viable.
Oh, gosh.
Well, in Canada, you got to go by millimeter. I want to say it's 3 mil is the equivalent.
We measure things by both inches and metric, so we're confusing.
I want to say 12 gauge is the equivalent to 3 millimeter, and 2.8 is the equivalent of 14. But I have it.
We do actually go by gauge here usually.
Yeah.
With wire size, yeah.
Yeah.
I think the chart that I shared on one of my latest videos had like a conversion thing on it.
Yeah, there are charts, but too when I look it up, I see charts saying different things, and it's so confusing. And then too, like I'll see some that just say millimeter, and then some that say like millimeters squared. So I'm like, what?
Yeah, it's the square that throws you off.
$380 a piece plus shipping.
Ew.
But the thing is, if you buy 3, the price is only $300 a piece. So that's probably why they bought 3, because it was a lot cheaper. Like, yeah, a lot. Because they can put them together.
I have this one cage unit from English Slops, and it's
okay. So
2
the
feet
starter
by
is
6
just
feet.
by itself, and then if you do the add-on. Okay. So the starter you have to get initially. So it'd be $434 for all the bells and whistles. And then if you're getting a second one, you can do it as an add-on unit, and then it goes. That's what they're saying it is. So that's a starter. Then you do an add-on. It only has one leg, and you attach it to the first one.
That makes sense.
Yep.
And then I do know you can also just buy the dividers, because if you bought them without dividers first, you can then go back and buy the dividers.
I'm a little confused about how the dividers work, though.
I don't know.
Because I think you'd have to have 2 doors then if you wanted to do something like that. Because it takes away the nest box, and then that would be a feeder.
Well, yeah, it would be like a divider for a buck cage.
Well, that's why that's what I'm saying. But if your door's in the center, you'd have to cut. Like it wouldn't work with the center door. You'd have to okay. If I go down to the buck cage, the pictures change. No, they don't. So solid divider and a buck cage. It has to be 2 doors.
See if it look and see
There's no pictures of a buck cage. They only have pictures of the center door. So it would probably have to be a 2-door cage with a divider. Because all the examples are no cages.
From what I've seen, it's the same thing. It's just a divider.
Or it could just share the door if it's that wide.
Yeah.
Which you open the thing and it opens both cages.
That'd be awful.
Yeah, that's...
That sounds like a major pain.
It does.
I do not see that working very well with my tans.
No.
I definitely have one fly out at me.
Yeah. Just like convention.
Yeah, exactly.
They're heavy, though. They're 85 pounds a piece.
Right.
That probably means shipping's a lot.
Oh, yeah. I guarantee
Oh, that's true.
Oh, definitely.
See, these are fine for house rabbits. And the KW has a nice house rabbit selection. It's just a nice little base station with a tray and a urine guard. This is very similar to the custom cage that we had built, except I built mine bigger than
And they do also have just straight wire bottom litter boxes if people prefer that. Because that's
and that's fine too. These are wire bottom litter boxes. They can still poop in whatever you want to put in there, and they're not sitting in their waste. So that's fine. The recommendation is don't put the hay in the litter boxes, and they're eating soiled food. This works. This is much cleaner and is much safer for the rabbit.
I can see the benefit of them wanting to try to have the rabbit eat hay as they're pooping. I don't know where I heard this, and I don't even know if it's true, but I heard that rabbits would generally poop as they're eating.
They do, but the problem is they put the hay in the litter box.
Yeah. But you could likely just hang a hay hanger above the
litter box in front of the feeder, and then because they do. They shit where they eat.
Yeah.
And that is the thing because that's where my trays are. The higher concentration of poop is usually right behind where the feeder is. Because they'll just sit there and they eat and poop at the same time. Just eat and poop and eat and poop.
I haven't noticed that in my own, but yeah.
16 high. I really don't. I prefer the 18 high. Wouldn't mind doing the platforms necessarily, though. I've actually considered trying to figure a way to do that. This would be really nice, though. The flush clean cages. But those are
that's a dream.
So expensive. I think I priced it out once. I mean, if we want to do some wishful thinking. What is this? Oh yeah, that puts the that would be awesome if I could get this and separate out the poop goes one way and the pee goes the other because I sell the poop. And I wouldn't mind seeing if I could sell the pee. separately as a liquid fertilizer. Okay, so an initial Rabbitech setup with a one-sided exit. They do the doubles too. So if you did a double cage, so how much would this cost doing like a dream setup for me? 440. See, 48 by 24 is a little excessive, but that's probably what we'd have to go with. So it'd be 4 compartments at a time. Hopefully that's 24 deep. Okay, so we would do 4 compartments. So 2 on top and 2 on the bottom. 4 foot wide by 24 deep. That would probably be for the girls. It's only $2,000 so far. Baby saver sides at 74. 1x1 standard, 1x1 14 gauge flooring at 120 because I don't want to go less than 14. Solid metal partitions for quarantining. See, this is the problem, is you'd have to get lift gate service. Huh? And that's just the first one. So hold on, let's see how expensive this is. If I had a concrete bottom rabbit barn and I won the lottery, who else wants to play this game?
I'm down.
If I had a concrete floor and I won the lotto. If I had a concrete metal floor and I won the lotto, that's for the first 4 holes. That's double-sided, so that would be 4. I'm trying to think how, because we'd have to come up with 96 holes to basically just replace what we currently have. And this would be the 48 by 24 times 2 row. So that's 2 per row, so 48. My current cages are...
Well, this is off topic, but I figured out how to incorporate rabbits into a botany presentation. Which is just going to be great.
See, that would be 20 feet wide if it was 5 holes, and my current ones are, I think I had them down to, like, the 30, well, the 36s are my longest ones, times 5, divided by 12. My current was 15 foot, so that would be 5 extra feet, so I had to build my barn even wider. So I probably couldn't even fit that, so we had to go more rows instead. So I would have to do 2 of those.
You won the lottery, you can build a new barn.
8 foot?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, so it had to be 8 foot. So that's how I'm thinking that's what that is then. Each compartment, overall dimension is 60 by 60 by 72. Let me see if that's right. So 60 divided by 12. It says it's only 5 foot. That doesn't make any sense. How is it 48 inches? Wait, what? Wait, that doesn't make any sense.
Maybe it's saying like 5 foot, like the diagonal.
No. Hold on. 4 compartments are 48 by 20. Oh. Maybe it's measuring its width. Maybe it's 48 by 24. Well, how wide is it though? Like how many? Like, are they 24 by 24s? Because that's not big enough if it's 24 by 24s. It'd have to be 48. It'd have to be single compartment 48 then. Yeah, it'd have to be single compartment 48. It'd be 1. So this is showing a 24 by 24. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's an 8 hole. 4 compartments. Yeah, that's right. 48. So it'd be 48. And then the extra inches is the P trays. Okay. I see what they're doing. So then you have to add 60 inches. So it'd be 60 inches wide. 1, 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so the first one, that can't be quite right though. Times 2 rows. So that'd be 2 times 4. This would be that much. And then I need 96 cages, and of those 96 cages, I want to say 80 should be the bigger ones, and whatever the miscellaneous is the buck cages. So how much space would this end up taking? Rabbit math is fun, isn't it? So I only have
keeps us occupied.
I have approximately, say, 30 times 5 is my widest cages divided by 12. I have, okay, we're going to 15 foot. 15 foot's the max, so 15 foot to work in. Okay, so 15 foot to work in. 5 divided by, so 15 divided by 5. I can do 3 of these then. So I could do 3 of these per row. And so that would be 6 cages for the first 2 rows. And if we did this, it would be 3, 2 row, 2 row, 2 row, a row, a row. I would need 32 rows minus 3, 29 divided by 6. Is it 4 rows times 6? You're gonna weld me into it, yeah. Do all the welding. I mean, that's like using it. I mean, they're really, really nice. So I'm just trying to figure out. No, and it can't even. No, these. That's right. These I could do double stacks because it would be 2. So it'd be 1, 2. Because the bucks could be in 24. So 1, 2. If I did a buck row. 1, 2. So anyway, so this what this would work out to be. These would be singles. These would be singles. These would be singles. These would be doubles. So it would be 3.
It's okay, Fletcher.
6, 6, 6. If these were 24s, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That would be 12 buck cages. And that's still not even there. We have to keep going on the 6s. See, that's why we kind of balanced ours out with as long as it ended up being. And then we had to figure out if we even had that much spacing in the barn going that direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then I guess that could be a 12 compartment cage because we have the dwarf breeds. Because I'm counting the dwarf breeds in that. That would equal 90. So that would be about the same amount of cages that we currently have. But how big are the 12? So they're 16 by 24. Those almost seem smaller than the dwarf breed cages that we have now. But we'd have to come all the way down like that. And then how wide were these again? Dude, that would be so many, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Times $2,371.28 for shipping. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, right. $99,593.76 just for the doe and litter of New Zealand and Harlequin cages. Oh Lord. And if we got one 12 compartment, we'd add another $2,491.28. And then if we add Oh, no, wait, it's not. It's times 3. So this would be 2491 times 3. Oh, no, it's not actually 6 because it's two-sided, right? Oh, so this is actually 3. Okay, I screwed up. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought it was. Pages total. So that would be 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24. So we need 24, and then the butt cages. It's still going to be a shit ton of money. 2491.30 times 3. Still, Jesus Christ. No, that's not right. 2492 times 3. Okay, that's a little more reasonable. Oh yeah, no, you guys can do what you're gonna do. I'm mathing stupid math that I probably shouldn't be mathing because I don't have money. This is wishful thinking. This is looking forward to the future. This is like, if we win the lottery and everything takes off and everything goes freaking amazing, you know?
Your dream setup.
This is my dream setup. This would be like awesome. And then
Domino's here.
Oh, good. Yay.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
You missed us talking about the J person.
Yeah, we talked about Jay already, and we watched that entire account, and now Mary's trying to stay awake the rest of the evening, so we're doing wishful thinking and future planning.
Oh, you want to talk about wishful thinking? Remember how we went through possibilities with goats with the Raven deck?
What?
Remember the tarot on the goats?
Yeah.
It was down to the actual presentation on those twin does.
Okay.
Dang.
Yeah, the second doeling came, she was in the upside down breach.
So I need about $71,000 to pay KW Cages to get these.
Oh,
So
for the
go
good,
fund
for
me
that
for
good cage
$72,000.
setup?
For the rabbit tech.
For the rabbit. Well,
For the fancy
really
Oh, for the
accurate,
rabbit
but I
tech
need to do
system.
now is
Okay.
Go back and you can see how much it is for the add-ons because the add-ons are probably.
And then there's Cadence, who got
Do you
like
want the
rabbit techs
tech
for
system,
like.
or do you want that new one that's got the
We were looking at that.
Yeah, we're looking.
Yeah,
at it.
I like the new ones better because I saw those in person.
Yeah, but you can't.
Yeah, the main thing is that they
stack 'em.
can't stack.
And you're losing
Oh.
so much vertical space.
Yeah.
Yeah. And vertical space is huge.
So if we went with the add-ons instead, so it would just be the cost of the first one, and then the next 3, so it would be times 1, and then the rest of it would be, if we do this the same way, we have baby saver wire, 14 gauge, solid partitions. We don't have a lift gate required, so lift gate required, and then that's going to be for the 2 add-ons at 1,000. So then we're going to add this, and that's going to be times 2. Let's see how much that saves. Ouch. And then the next one, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Ouch.
7 rows.
He's making the sound effects for the wallet.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait. Or is it? No, it's 7 rows on this one times 14. Yeah, I think it's 28 total. No, it's not. Stop. It's half of that, so it's 3. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. No, it's 14. That was right. Okay. Yeah. 7 rows and 3, so it'd be 14 at this price. The top one, because I've done, that's just a 12 compartment cage, so a 12 compartment with the baby safe would be 17, 6, 6. We're gonna do 6, 7, because whatever. Times 2, and then the books. They need the solid. We're gonna do the solid partitions, but they don't need baby saver, so that saves a little bit. And those are going to be 8 compartments, so it would be 1 at the full price, and then for the add-ons, it would be just 2 more, so it'd be 1641 times 2 more. And now we math everything because math is hard. And if we did the thing with the extensions, it would be 17,767 times 2 plus 2,491. So that would be $6,000 something for the first one. And then all the dough and litter mama cages. They're bigger though. They're so much bigger. Does anyone know how the Easy Lock bowls hold up before I buy all my cages? One. They hold until they freeze, and then they crack. So don't leave water in them for too long. That's my.
If you're talking about the ones that lock. If you're talking about the ones that lock into the bottom of the cage,
yeah, or if
the
you
16
push
gauge,
hard, they'll snap the locks off them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The 16 if you're snapping them directly to the bottom of the wire cage, the 16 gauge wire sometimes gets pushed away.
Yeah,
it'll bend the wire, or when they get cold, they get brittle and crack.
So, I mean, they do work, and there's some rabbits you have to use them with. I mean, it really just also depends on your rabbits. And then I have some rabbits.
Yeah, we have some of those.
Yeah.
But of course, I'm in California, so we don't have to deal with any of the freezing issues because we don't freeze.
Heck, I thought I was safe, but it turns out we're starting to freeze here in the next few years. So
I don't even think we have gone below freezing a single time this winter.
Today is our last day of the second round of freezing.
It's literally going to be like 70 this coming week.
Yeah, we're supposed to be getting up and above freezing. Where it's actually today it was in the morning when the sun came up. It was 32, and it felt warm enough to sleep in the shed. We had a hell of a night last night, though. So
yeah,
I feel like it
felt downright balmy compared to the last 2 days.
Yeah.
When I woke up this morning.
Honestly, I feel like a lot of how hot it feels has to do with more the UV than just the temperature. Because I remember one at school when I was just like waiting for the bus, it was in the 90s, but the UV was only 3, and I'm like, this actually isn't that unbearable.
So if you do just one of the first one and then put the add-ons for the rest of them, it saves you $20,000.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So if I was to do it, it'd be, instead of being set like almost $80,000, it'd be only 51.
Oh.
So if you work
this is without calling them for the bulk.
Yeah, then that's without calling for like bulk. That's just setting it up like this.
So that's just the website setup. If you actually call them for a bulk order, a lot of times they're going to cut at least 10% off.
And if I do something like this and change the direction and go this way along the barn instead of going the way that we currently have the cages, this would save me more money because I'd only need to have 3 end pieces. I would or 2 end pieces. I wouldn't need to go all the way. But I'd have to reorganize how the rabbits are. Because right now they're organized going this way by breed. And ideally, if we were to do something like this, I'd probably want to set up with some sort of drainage system to catch it. Like, I'd want to do this as like a 2-story or something. Oh, there's that. But there's ways to work that.
So, Mary, I must have missed it. Why are you trying to stay up all night?
Because I switched my schedules. I'm working nights at a bakery now, and I have today and tomorrow off, and I don't want to. Yeah.
Sleep schedule.
Yeah, I need to adjust my sleep schedule. So.
I just wanted to pop on here really quick to see what you're doing and stuff, but I have got to finish up chores and get to bed because I am exhausted.
No, you do that.
That is fair.
I'd be up like all night. Well, the only other problem with this now is I got my mail. And I got to get a hold of Indiana Department of Revenue because I went to try to do my tax. I didn't realize I was supposed to file that by January 1st. So I fucked up. So I have to hurry up and get that. But then I went to log into my account to at least get the paperwork to figure out what I needed to file. And I don't have access. So I'm going to have to call them on Monday morning and be like, hey, I would love to do this, but I don't know how. I've never done it before. Because it's one of those things where it's like they expect you to have already filed. And I'm like, this is my first year filing. So...
Yeah.
Fletcher, the key part of this is to go ahead and manifest it. So we're just going to discuss what would be nice to do, and we're going to manifest it, and it's going to happen. That's how it works. Positivity. But anyway, yes, I mean that actually isn't as bad. But the core stuff is like these modulars. And so I got, what I did with them is I bought a custom-made 5-hole. And so I did the 18 by 24, I did 18 by 24 by 36 times 5. And I had them custom build and send them to me. Yes, we are manifesting. Vesper is going to be the vet tech. I'm gonna get either a stable job or my business is gonna take off, and I'm gonna have the money. I'm making I'm making $2 million by the end of the year. $2 million by the end of the year. Look at this pretty lilac. Isn't that a pretty rabbit?
It is.
It is.
It's so pretty.
It's such a pretty rabbit.
Still, oh my gosh. My favorite rabbit right now is this broken chocolate we have because her face is just so freaking cute. It's in media if you want to see it on the Discord. It's so cute. I'm gonna scroll up a teeny bit. I'm holding the food cup. It's that photo. The food scoop. Pretty girl. Her name is Ren.
Which one am I looking for?
It's a broken chocolate, and I'm holding the food cup or the food scoop to it. Media.
Which channel is it in?
Media.
Media. Okay. Media. I see a crack squirrel.
Yes.
My goodness. Oh, obviously, by the way, this is obviously also abused. Look at the amount of look at how terrified it is.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's so skinny and bug-eyed.
So malnourished and
it's under that one though in that channel.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Just everyone in here understands.
This is Pickles.
I'm joking. This is Britannia Petite. They all look like this.
Yeah, they do.
They're supposed to look like this. They're actually supposed to look like this.
Yeah, they're supposed to look like they're about to commit all of the felons.
Yeah.
It's spelling my death and I want it.
Back when I was raising Rhinelanders, somebody got on my case about starving the rabbits because they're like running breeds. They're skinny.
Yeah, look at her. This is my favorite. That's Ran. She's so pretty.
No, people, and that's been kind of my complaint with these rescues and dumbass is like it's not one size fits all. I mean, is this another Brit or is this a tan? Is it another Brit?
That's a Brit.
Yeah, it's another Brit. So it's a tan Brit or otter Brit.
God, the eyeballs.
Otter Brit.
And yes, they look like they have the bold eye.
Mm-hmm.
It's terrified. No,
it's that's just their anatomy.
That's exactly. It's like that's what they're supposed to look like. That's normal.
I think for Brits too, it's not that just that it's open, but like it sticks out some, or like it's sort of like
bold.
Is their skull structure any different?
Hold on, let's find out.
I feel like their skull structure might be a bit skinnier, but that's it.
Britannia Petite Skull.
Let's see if it'll actually give you one.
Yeah.
Nope.
It's like you almost want to do like these shirts that are just like we have skull. What's gonna give me is like the rabbit cart, whatever, the Monty Python rabbit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna get. No AI. I don't want to know about that. I want an actual visual of a. It's gonna murder you. That is not a protection. Again, back to bullshit on Google. That's not a Brit. I don't know what it is, but that ain't no Brit.
That looks like a Dutch mix of something.
That is a Brit because it's plotting your destruction. This is a Brit because it's plotting plotting destruction. I don't think that's a Brit. It's way too
plotting world domination.
Yeah, this one ears too long, not trying to kill you. This is a Brit. If it looks like it wants to destroy your soul, is this a tan or a Brit? I'll go back. Yeah.
That's a. It could be a false dwarf Brit.
Okay.
It's definitely big for a Brit, but like that's not a Brit. What is that?
It might be a European. Well, they're Polish in the UK though, right?
Yeah.
The problem is you get like mixed. I don't know. That body structure's. That looks almost more like a
That's
tan.
more of a tan.
Yeah.
Mm. Are their faces also like that though? I feel like
I've never been too close to one though.
Yeah, but tans are also like super. Like it almost looks like it's a cross between a Brit and a tan.
Yeah.
Tan's got more meat on its ass.
Mm-hmm. In the Brit there, it also doesn't have that like deep tan marking.
Yeah, it's more otter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess it's a Brit.
It could be a Brit that's just sort of not perfect standard, or not like super too standard.
I don't know why I love this picture. I think it's so funny. No, it's just. Oh yes, posing Brits. I swear, it just looks like it wants to destroy you.
Mm-hmm. I want to read the comments on this.
We should.
Just.
Well, it's gonna be a bit rough. I understand the strength of composing these animals.
Okay, pause it or mute it or something. Can't hear you.
The music it has is a little loud.
Yeah, you can mute it. Like just mute the video. And let it play.
Anyway.
Okay.
Can we do like a theater mode? No. See, that's the one they see about TikTok. You can like scroll over it. Maybe I can put it.
No, but then you can't see the comments.
There's no winning here.
Just, it's in the, hover over it and it'll be in the top left to expand it.
There's a lady in Saskatchewan that
Oreo the
Brits.
bunny says stop. Wasn't Oreo the bunny one of those pet people?
Yeah.
I wonder if it's the same Oreo the bunny. I could spend hours just going over Laurel's account.
What's the long comment though?
Oreo the bunny doesn't exist. It's just complaining. The long comment is, while it might be rough sometimes, I understand the strength used in posing these animals. I did not personally show them, but I've handled a few, and I think you must handle them and pose them from a very young age. Cull them well and early, and they won't be so nippy even if they never lose their somewhat feral behavior. They are a strong muscular breed, and that wasn't underestimated by the handler in your video.
Oh gosh, we do not need to react to Len and the bunny.
Sure.
If we do, just go to YEW tube, because then it doesn't give them views.
Go to, okay. Oh, I guess they must have deleted some comments, or the person deleted their comments, so they responded. Don't you why I think it's abuse. It's a rabbit on a table. I'm simply propping it up. I'm not squeezing it, or I'm guiding the rabbit. And they stand up when you put your hand on the shoulders in a tiny bit.
Yeah, and you're just like gently shaking. They're fine.
I'm like, there's like literally suicide poses with these things. So it looks like that someone else got their comments deleted. This was posted a while ago, but yeah, they're Brits are spicy little bastards.
Yeah, they are. That's just how they are. They're not terrified. They're just like that.
I had a friend cuddling one not too long ago, and I'm sitting there looking at her like, how can you even do that?
Yeah, it's like, no, it's plotting your demise. Like, that's why you don't want to
come.
The
breeder near me in Saskatchewan has some really, actually, pretty nice tempered ones. She was hauling one around the recent the show this fall, and they were just like kind of accepting it.
I don't know, that one just I that's my favorite. It's I'm just waiting for it to turn around and just bite. Yeah, that's what I knew it. You can kind of tell what was gonna happen.
Wait, let me see again.
The spicy one. You see, okay, so it's the video is in slow motion. Once it comes up, you can just tell. You can't tell me it's not just waiting to attack. So see, slow motion.
Plotting your demise.
Slow motion, and I'm gonna destroy you. Oh man. It's like, do not trust these little bastards.
Nope.
Yeah, it's getting ready.
Yeah, it's even trying to fight.
Yeah, it's gonna box the shit out of her.
And it's not stressed. Yeah. That's just how Brits are.
That's literally just how they are. It is.
That's just how they are.
It is trying to bite her. You can see it's open.
They are the tiny little rabbits that are close to hell, and
Chihuahuas.
they want
demon rabbit.
They are
your
chihuahuas.
soul.
They are the chihuahuas of the rabbits.
Yeah.
It's that.
I feel like Chihuahua is slightly different though, because it's not really.
Chihuahua is a 140-pound dog crapped in like a 2-pound dog body.
Yeah, I more just mean it's less genetic unless it's backyard bred, and most of the time because people do not know how to respect their boundaries.
Yeah, people forget that they're actually working dogs. They're meant as ratters, like, so they have that attitude for a reason.
The Chihuahua was created to be a food.
They were sacrifices.
They were sacrifices. They were
sacrifices in ancient Aztec.
Yeah. They're not ratters. They're food. That was their purpose, to be eaten.
There's a possibility that maybe they became. I can't know because they're not.
And then weren't they like living like heat bags and whatnot for a time?
I mean, I still think they'd be good ratters.
Got the spice. But you have the terrier for that.
They don't have the prey drive for it though.
No? Oh, okay.
Because they don't just like go after them. They like.
Yeah, petite might rat better. But yeah, I would probably go for a Jack Russell if I was getting a ratter.
Yeah.
Miniature Schnauzer. Is that a Brit or a Pole? That's a chunky Brit.
I just love Jack Russell.
almost looks more like a Polish. Just being posed like a Brit. It's chunky. Look how fat that thing is.
Yeah. It could be like big bone or something. That is chunk. Or false. Or bub.
Hi. You are a fat thing.
I was just thinking pregnant.
Maybe.
That too.
Maybe.
Or just a little overfed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too.
All the otters are like extra spicy.
Mm-hmm. She's like not wanting to put his feet down. She's like, put your feet down, child.
Yeah,
my otter is
in
so
front of
sweet.
it.
Oh, there's the chunky one again.
I mean, she is pretty, but she's definitely chunky.
I want to see her with a necklace on. I feel like she needs a necklace.
Woo! Nope. Spicy little girl. Spicy dog.
I love these things.
See, these guys know that they have teeth.
He's like, maybe we'll get into Brits. And we're like, no, absolutely not. So he told me we can do Papillons. They're spicy, but they're not quite as...
Yeah.
That was pretty.
It's always the upright breeds that are spicy.
We got like 10 more minutes of this. Do you guys want to watch it or move on to something else?
Nah.
Yeah.
I still haven't eaten since breakfast, so I need to go eat.
Get something to eat, girl.
Time just went by and I'm like, oh. Whoops.
It's the autism talking.
Yeah.
Yes. Hashtag interoception problems.
Yeah, since I started Adderall, I forget to eat all the time.
Is there anyone else that we want to do reviews on while we're all up and doing? Which one? These are all Britannia petits.
Is that a?
Like a
is that just a silver fox, or is that like a smoke pearl or something?
I
thought it was like a chocolate otter.
No, it's a sable something.
Yeah, sable.
That's
I'm
like a sable
sables.
Sable.
I forget the sables exist half the time.
Real.
Yeah.
A silver fox Brit would be adorable.
Well, every single one. These are all Brits. These are all Britannia.
It would.
I think they're red-eyed whites. I know that one. I'll go back. That was definitely a red-eyed white.
Who could we review?
Nice.
Trying to think who we could look at.
If she's raising sable martins, they probably are red-eyed whites because you have to have a red-eyed white bred into to get the right.
I'm just.
Yeah, those are roos. I don't think there was any blue-eyed whites in her program. That's a blue-eyed white there. Yeah, see, that's a blue. That's a boo. Look at that. It's pretty. So the spotted one might be a VM marked from the blue-eyed white program.
Maybe. Oh dear God.
What?
Oh wait, no, that's her. Okay.
Huh?
It's a rabbitry person, but I've always just been like, this is weird. Sinclair rabbitry.
I've heard of that. I think I don't remember why though.
What looks like VM home lops. And I'm just like,
we can go over Jay again real quick if you just want to recap. I'm probably going to do is I'm going to download the live. I'm going to post it to my YouTube channel.
Download this live?
I was trying to be as straightforward as possible. I mean, like the main video with that one is just her being like,
dear God, the second video's a freaking husky poo.
Like
what the hell is a husky
poo? And more bullshit that rescue people say
with rabbits. Oh my gosh, why?
So I'll go ahead and I'll probably post that up there. But I mean, if you guys want to, I mean, we can go over other stuff if there's other stuff you guys want to review.
I just looked up rabbits. Just look up rabbits, and it's funny. Do it on an alt though.
I'm going to.
Just that it doesn't mess with your algorithm.
Yeah. Or like rabbit care and see what pops up.
Yeah.
Oh, and they have a little mini schnauzer like Bernie. Aww. Was this the one there? Where did you get the picture of that absolutely obese Elop?
I have no idea. No, because like, oh, it was a Facebook post, I think.
Oh, this is the person that had the rabbits that was fighting. Oh, that's what this was. That's what this one was. Remember, it was the two the bun squad or whatever. And
yeah.
They were two together.
Mhm.
Has it posted more videos? Yeah, it did. She's got a miniature schnauzer just like my dog.
Mm.
Except it's like really freaking fat.
Yeah, of course.
Super overweight. I'm sure she rescued
because I don't love my animal unless I feed them constantly.
Yep.
Unless it's freaking obese.
We had a lab get really fat as a child when I was like very, very young. But it was because our neighbors were taking care of it and they just did not understand that labs will eat themselves stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we got home, we immediately put him on a diet. And then, too, our other lab got over 100 pounds once because he decided to rip an entire branch off of our plum tree.
Damn.
And eat the plums whole.
When I was little, I had 2 Labradors, and the neighbors would feed them through the fence. And so my parents were like, why are my dogs getting so fat? We had to physically stop, double up the.
That her rabbits were humping each other, and she's trying to pass it off as they're gay.
Oh my gosh!
What?
No.
All of a sudden, all the content of this account is turned into like really over the top LGBTQ content, and it started with this account being my bunnies came out.
Calling a rabbit trend this is just a whole other level of anthropomorphization.
Yeah, I'm like, look, no, and honestly, look, I'm not, but in my personal opinion, I would kind of take this as that sort of, what's the word? Taking light or making fun of a situation just to get attention.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, I put rainbows in with my rabbits because, you know, they're apparently they're gay. I'm like, okay, because literally, if you go back to the account, it's like all the videos since then have been like super over the top. You know, let's get some attention from the LGBT.
All right, Cadence is the one that got the ELOP, so I'm trying to grab her, or that initially found that.
Oh, more bunny breakfast. You want to see what she feeds the little chits? Look at this. Oh, it's okay, though, because it's an apple slice that's heart-shaped. Look at the heart-shaped apple slice. Isn't it so adorable? And the giant piece of carrot.
Banana and the carrot and an apple, that's so much sugar.
I know. We all know.
But it's good sugar.
And I'm pretty sure that's kale.
It is kale. I'm pretty confident because one is definitely kale. And that's like just all gaseous vegetables. She has pictures of the setup, but there's no pictures of the actual rabbits. Where's the actual rabbits at? She's trying to sell like all kinds of merch, like LGBTQ merch. Like I said, all of a sudden it's like my rabbits are gay, and then like every other video after that.
That's just gross.
And then when you go back to that 13th, and then it's back to the video of the two trying to kill each other. So it's the two trying to kill each other, and then none of these videos from here down actually show her rabbits. It shows her really fat dog.
Oh gosh, that is fat.
It is very fat for a mini schnauzer. That's extremely unhealthy. Yeah, so whatever. There's no actual pictures of the animals. It's just posturing. Oh man, still hasn't learned a lesson. She pinned the video of the two rabbits fighting to the top. I'm like, why would you want to advertise that you're an animal abuser? But okay.
Is she kind of trying to spin it into a special way? Like, oh, they're playing.
No, she literally flat out says this is why they can't be together is because they fight, and then she lied about it in the comments saying, well, I didn't know that was going to happen, as they always get along, but literally less than a month ago she admitted in comments on her videos that she knew that they were fighting, and they've been fighting since September. So,
yeah.
Well, shall we go over the video, the do's and don'ts of rabbit care, and break this one down?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, hold on. So before we even start, here's where the video begins.
Oh dear gosh, that rabbit condition is horrible.
What do we think we're gonna get from this one? Any bets?
Do you spay and neuter?
Oh. I feed once a day. Oh, don't water bottles. Why?
No water bottles.
There's no explanation. It's just
And then she said water bottles do. She typed it wrong.
Water bottle don't. Water bottle do. Water bottle don't matter as long as they have water. It doesn't matter. Litter box don't. Actually,
okay.
I mean, corner litter boxes are not great, but this is better than them sitting in it. No, don't make them sit directly in their shit. No, exact opposite. Opposite. Let's have them shit where they eat without any kind of separation.
Yeah.
No. Okay. No, you probably shouldn't. This is actually not any better because this is not real berries. If you want to get real dried strawberry pieces and real dried blueberry, you
just go get the human grade stuff.
Yeah.
Just dry it yourself. Yeah.
Dry
that too.
But this is processed bullshit. So yeah, don't. Oxbow, this is slightly better because it's just straight up dried strawberry.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that, but in moderation.
Yeah. And that might be better than the human ones because it might not have any added sugar.
This, like I said, for a treat, that's fine. But again, treat size. That's fine.
Treat. Like pinch.
Okay, that is fine.
Yeah, like that amount.
Okay. Yes, that is wrong. Okay. So
yeah.
We're doing okay
that's
so
awful.
far. No.
Science selective is horrible.
Now, number one, I want you to look at the shape of these pellets. They are circular.
Ew, yeah, they're like rounded. Why?
They're like weirdly rounded.
Ew.
Hold on, let's look at what the ingredients are, because remember, this is just a music overlay. It doesn't explain why. So I'm going to explain why I'm making that kind of a... Was it science selective?
I'm pretty sure I looked at those in the pet store and they were like super low protein.
Oh, yeah. You know what it's going to be. I'm pulling it up now. Just give me a second. I want to make sure I got the right food. So, yeah,
protein minimum 12%.
Yeah.
And then fiber min 21%, max 26.
Yeah. So Alfalfa meal is okay for that to be the first ingredient. That's fine. Soybean hulls is basically just fiber. Wheat, you know, peas. I wouldn't really recommend peas ever, to be honest. A little linseeds for the fat content. But
why dried
the fat is extremely high in this, and the protein is way too low, and the fiber is too high. Your protein needs to be 16% minimum. Your fat should average out somewhere between 2.5 to 3%.
Which one are you looking at? Because I think we have different ones. The
science selective.
Yeah, but just which of the science selective?
The one that she's posted, the adult rabbit food, which is the exact one that she posted.
Yeah. Oh, you're just looking at Chewy. I've seen Chewy lie on something, so I didn't go to Chewy.
I'll double check, but
I went to Petco, and I'm looking at the same one, and it's saying 12% protein, 2.5%.
What's actually on the bag, because that's going to be your.
Yeah.
Can we see the breakdown on the bag? Alfalfa meals, soybean
selectable website.
Millings, guaranteed analysis. Yeah, according to this, it says 12% on the bag, crude fat 3%, fiber 20.5.
20.5.
Okay, the fiber is
and then fiber
limit.
max.
The protein needs to be a little higher. The fat is within limit on this, but the protein is technically too low. So that is my issues with this one. The protein is way too low. The protein needs to be 16%. By the time they digest this, they're only at 9% protein.
They're probably thinking that that you could up the protein with the fruits and vegetable treats.
No, you have to sugar with that.
And the phosphorus.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get into the mind of whoever posted that video.
They don't think about that because they think you're supposed to have low protein, because they're told you're supposed to have low protein, high fiber.
Oh, that's
literally told that by House Rabbit Society, you need to have low protein. But what they fail to do is actually read what the study says and understand what it says. And when we say low protein to fiber ratio, we mean 16% to 22%, not 12% or below, because they have to have a minimum. They have to have a digestible energy, a DE, of no less than 14%. I think it meant 12% maybe. It's like 12 to 14% minimum digestible protein. And the bags contain digestible material, not digestible energy. So your DE is usually 3% lower than your DM. So the DM on the bag, the digestible material, needs to be 16% in order for them to hit a 12 to 14% minimum.
Got you.
That's why 16 is the cutoff, because by the time they digest it, they're losing a percentage that doesn't get absorbed.
Okay. So is that sort of what that other chart means? Because like with MSU, there's like two charts, and one technically does say 12%.
That is digestible energy.
Okay.
That is after they have eaten it. What is?
Can we look at that just to like break that just to the MSU rabbit track thing?
Yeah, I think if you look at it, it says DE versus DM. So DM is what's.
Whenever I've looked at it, it said like dry does and bucks versus lactating does and kits.
But even then, it's DE versus DM. Like it's 14% DE on dry does or on lactating does and kits, and it's 12% DE on dry does and bucks, because that's where you get the 16-18 from.
Gotcha.
Because they lose 3% in digestion. Because remember, they have to digest it once and poop out a cecotrope, and then they have to digest the cecotrope again. So they lose it doesn't all break down.
Mm-hmm.
And the difference between the crude protein and DE would vary based on the protein source, right?
Yeah. House Rabbit Society has misread all the studies, and they say they need a low protein diet, so that's why they push the 9 to 12% protein.
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't know how to read it. They don't know how to read it.
Mm-hmm.
Because while it is 9 to 12% baseline just to survive, but it's
I always think about how I'm literally a 40-minute drive from House Rabbit Society.
I'm sorry. So anyway,
no, but it'd be funny just to show up there and just start like
pellets,
or just
yes,
like
not
paper.
I agree with this.
Yeah.
It's too small and it's not very effective, and they break easily. So yeah, that's fine. Don't do that.
I think that's what we had for like my very, very first rabbit. But too, it's also a mini Rex.
This is okay for a walled-off, supervised run area, but I still think there should be a cage in here for when you're not supervising. Because even though this is okay, when you're kind of keeping an eye on them,
they can jump out of that.
Yeah, they can get out of this.
Or they'll try and hurt themselves.
Yeah, they can climb out of this. They can hurt themselves. They can get stuck in it. So there still should be somewhere that they can be put up when you're not supervising.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is honestly a big no because there's
too many fall
things
risks
here they can get in trouble with. They can fall or break a leg or chew on some carpet and get blockages. This has a lot of hardwood slippery surfaces where they could get sprains and all kinds of, yeah. So, no.
Okay.
What do you want to do next? You want to try to find another one?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So, it's another looks like pet person. Things you need to know before you get a bunny.
Oh, the poor Dutch.
By the way, eyes are really wide, obviously abused. This is gonna be the new running gag now. If it's got big eyes, it must be an abused rabbit.
Yeah.
Nope. Okay, part 1. No, bunnies want cages.
Nope, they do. They like them.
And again, referencing back to the last one, this is fine if you're going to be supervising them, but if you're going to be overnight,
and it's also that's not because that's carpet.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it
all
carpet?
Yeah, well, yeah, for temporary supervising spot.
It's fine for a play area if you're supervising them, but it really shouldn't be their permanent habitat. You know, that's okay under supervision. It's fine, but they can climb out of this and they can get hurt.
Yep.
Yes, X-Pens are cheaper than cages, but just because they are cheaper does not mean that they're better. Lots of hay. That is also completely incorrect. Rabbits actually do not need any loose hay. All the nutrition they need is in the pellet. If you get a good food.
Yep.
And this hay, if that's what you're primarily feeding them, if anyone doesn't know this, 3% protein by the time it hits the shelves. And then by the time they digest it, they're only getting 2% protein. You unlimited hay them to death. And they don't eat 24/7 because they don't eat 24/7 unless they're starving.
Yeah, no.
Again.
Which usually those pet rabbits are starving.
Yeah, most of them are. Bottles are perfectly fine. See, you're going to see this over and over and over because
that's more of the that specific bottle or bowl is like mid because it's like raised up, and so they're going to have to get it a weird position.
Yeah. So, but you're going to see this over and over because this is what they're parroting the bullshit that HRS tells them, but it's not not really true. This is fine. I give mine natural choice for enrichment too. So these are good.
They do not need it for their teeth.
But they don't need to file. That is true. They do not. A well-bred rabbit does not need to file the teeth down. I have tunnels and hidey holes supervised for my house rabbits also. That's fine. But again, it's supervised. Timothy hay pellets is a big no.
No, Timothy no.
Alfalfa based only.
Needs to be alfalfa based.
Yep. Timothy hay does not. The Timothy hay pellets do not provide good enough nutrition. If you look at her rabbit, it is underweight. It is under condition. You can see right here, it's hollow in the loin.
Yeah.
It's probably a younger rabbit, which is why it still looks relatively healthy. But give it time. But you can definitely see it's not muscled up.
See, when was this vid posted? Is it old?
This is from 22. Do we want to see where this is on?
I will give them credit. The X-Pen that they used does look taller than the previous video we saw.
Okay, so now this is more adult, and there's a slop here.
What even is that?
Oh no, they're trying to bond it.
How did they spend that much on hay for 2 rabbits?
Wait, how much were they spending on hay? Wow, wait, mathing this now because you know they're buying it from the damn feed store instead of like just asking. Because I spend approximately even on the highest quality hay that we can get.
How often? For lasting how long did they say at the beginning?
For the entire year 24.
Oh,
remember they're feeding them unlimited hay, but it's 2 friggin' rabbits. I mean, you go through a flake a day. That's a huge amount. So you say I spend $6 a bale divided by 10 flakes in a bale. That should be 60 cents a flake, and a bale of hay for 2 rabbits should last a week. Times, so $6 times 52 weeks. Yeah, okay, that's actually not too far off if they're going through a flake a day, which is a lot for 2 tiny rabbits.
Yeah.
Which is mostly being wasted. Because to be honest, they're not eating a flake a day.
Because they're starving.
If they're eating a flake, that's a whole a flake is like, what's it, like 5 pounds? Okay, so if a bale weighs on average, say a bale weighs on average 35 pounds divided by 10 flakes. So say 3 pounds per flake. That's a lot of hay for probably 5-pound rabbit. So if anything, they shouldn't be feeding more than like a pound a day. So that would be 1 bale of hay would, if they're not wasting it, 35 days. So maybe 1 bale per month. So if I put $6,
which I'm sure they are, because they're
$72 a year would be your maximum on hay if you're if you're doing it right. Yeah, a bale will last like 2 months. I go through bales probably more often, but we're using it as nesting material, and I don't feed it it's not food.
I got 60-pound alfalfa bales for $8 a piece this fall.
She's only spent $288 on pellets. Rookie numbers.
Yeah, that's right. Not enough.
I spend that in like a month.
Exactly.
You know how much we were spending on pellets when we were at full bore? We were buying a pallet a month, $950 something a month on pellets. We're going to like $12,000 on pellets a year. Anyway, so if you only have 2 rabbits, she might be feeding them correctly if she's spending $288, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, that depends on what she like. If she's counting the pellets,
if you're getting
or
a 50-pound
like
bag, and those guys are probably supposed to be on approximately half a cup each if they're 5-pound rabbits.
Okay, let's say that they're getting
the times 2, so that's 100 days. So so for the 2 rabbits, it should be 50 days per bag. So you have.
But if they're getting it from a pet store or from Chewy, then it's extra.
So she should be going through 7 bags a year times, say, $25 a bag. What the fuck is she buying them? Oh, because she's
buying them from the pet
bulk.
stores. Those tiny little things.
Yeah, so she's not buying
those
bulk,
like
so
25-pound things.
Yeah.
Yeah. And unless she's buying the nursing pellets, it's got nowhere near enough protein.
Yeah. $500 on veggies. I spend $50 a year on vegetables for my rabbits. Yeah, that's a waste of money right there.
Yeah. That's also a waste of money.
Well, we do get toys.
I just pick up dandelions from my yard.
Rabbits, and we get stacky cups for
I'm gonna grow dandelions this year. Because, like, we don't see them too much.
Isn't it just
You don't
hay?
see dandelions?
Yeah, what the heck is different from forage? What the heck is the difference between forage and hay?
I think because they're going to, like, Walmart and they're getting, like... So there's, like... I'm like, I mean, that's great. You
like
have
the
to do that
forage
and take care of them.
Maybe like
Is
salads.
so fat. Look at how much fat's over the shoulders on the flop. A year? Why the hell would you even? Why? Look how brittle the coat is here. It's got broken coat.
This person spends for 2 rabbits like they were a horse.
Yeah.
Hold on. I just want to see. Okay, when we were at peak.
Actually, my horse when I was a teenager definitely cost less per year.
No, pellets. So 5 times 5 times 52 plus, so 1,300, and then we have 950 times 12. Well, what did I just say? 50, 100 equals, plus, I'm going to say, maybe 150, divided by 300, $43 a year. No, is that right? Yeah, it's a year divided by 300 rabbits, $43 per rabbit, effectively, would probably be what it comes down to.
Sounds about right.
It's probably not right. No, it's got to be more than that for feed. Wait, divided by 300 rabbits. That can't be right. It was less than that. It was probably more like 150. No, because they go through, because we did the math on this. So if they eat 1 cup of food a day times 30. That's 8 ounces. And there's 50 pounds in the bag, so it's times 2 equals 100 servings per bag divided by, so it's 2 months. So it's roughly, so it's $25 every 2 months. So 25 times 180 rabbits on average divided by 6. It's $750 a year. No, I don't know. I'd have to sit down and actually math all that out. But that just seems like that seems like a lot for just 2 rabbits. Oh, it's just unboxing videos. Oh dear. Do we care? Rabbit opinions I never agree with.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah.
We're gonna get. Yes, yes. Yes.
It's a safety thing.
Feeding veggies is harmful.
It's literally scientifically proven to be harmful.
And it is also proven it's harmful. Taking your rabbits on walks is fine.
Okay, yeah, that one I agree with.
Is she agreeing with it or disagreeing with it?
Disagreeing, because these are takes that she doesn't agree with.
Yeah, I don't agree with it either. Don't take them on walks. They shouldn't be. Don't, because harness training is dangerous. They do, though. They do.
They do.
Yeah. There's no difference.
No, it's needed.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is she agreeing or disagreeing? Because some of the ways are wording. So no, it's like, I feeding pellets is necessary.
Yes. Yeah.
I'd like to see the comments for some of these.
Having a single bunny is not neglectful or abusive. So it's the way she's wording these.
Yeah, it's just the prompt at the beginning just said things that I disagree with, so they're all being disagreed with.
It is impossible to 100%. It is impossible.
It literally is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It literally is impossible to 100% bunny proof. You literally have them on carpet. If they're on carpet, that's not bunny proof because they'll eat the carpet and get an impaction.
If they're on linoleum, they'll eat the linoleum.
Yeah.
When I first got my Flemish Giant, I didn't know, and he started eating the linoleum. He also likes duct tape, like obsessively.
Hay is bad for your teeth and bones and does not provide any nutritional value. That is correct. I know that's probably a shout out straight up to me because it's like, no, that is exactly that. So.
I'm guessing she ran into your account a while back ago.
Oh, I'm sure she did.
Probably.
This is from 24 or one of my people that we have birthed the many rabbit accounts that have birthed from my account standing up against these idiots. So. I have no problem. I have sort of like, oh, you're the one that, I'm the one that started saying that because they canceled me like 3 times and I just kept coming back and telling them to go fuck themselves. So I used to have a much bigger account. I had like 20,000 followers on my original account, and then the account got banned by PETA harassing it down. I never recovered. So. It's too much salad. It's not good. A lot of these are unboxing videos. That's a whole holy hell lot of banana.
Oh shit! I can't eat banana. It's too much sugar for me.
Nom 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 nom. It's like they're cute and all, but what the hell? Okay. What?
What is she feeding them?
She's grinding up what looks like pellets. Looks like she's grinding up pellets and then she's giving it to him like a toy. Like she's giving him like the stuff you do for like dogs. How do you even know they're getting enough? I mean, that looks like straight alfalfa pellets, honestly. Like horse, like the horse alfalfa pellets.
Or like like the horse and goat stuff.
That's probably the only reason that the Dutch mix is in the condition it's in is because that's straight alfalfa pellet. That's not regular pellet.
Yeah, I've fed that in a pinch because I don't have a lot of pellets available to me, and when they're out, I have to feed something.
I don't think that's how you're supposed to measure that. So that's 1 full cup of greens. So that's what you're supposed to do. Yeah, making it wet's even worse. What you're supposed to do is put on a scale and measure it out by the ounce, because that's not like a legitimate measure. It's really unhealthy. See, that's a different pellet entirely.
See, what I think people like this actually want is a vegan dog.
Yeah. Oh, dear Lord.
Well, they'd probably do better with a mini horse.
Yeah.
Or better yet, a guinea pig.
Money for one. Yeah, but the mini horse could do dog things because you could train them to do all sorts of tricks.
But no, horses are smelly.
Poping. Doing all the poping.
You can house train them, or you can't house train rabbits as well.
What?
Yeah, you can house train horses. You can even house train full-sized horses, but most people don't bring them in the house.
That's what people with like service minis do. They have house train them to a degree.
Does Dr. Pratt realize how messed up this rabbit actually is?
Oh, let's see this.
Urinary sludge. Okay, well, let's see if she understands what actually causes it.
She came in because she has a wonderful mom who noticed that she was growing her teeth. She brought her in, we did a dental. Hi, it's Dr. Pat with Brutal.
Oh, I can't even hear it. Is there even any sound on this video?
I hear it.
You guys can hear it, but I can't.
It's just quiet.
Yeah.
It's very quiet.
Tell me what's going on, because I can't. Okay, show captions, because I can't.
It's a quick video today. Did you know rabbits get urinary sludge?
They do.
This is Richard, and she came in because she has a wonderful mom who noticed that she was grinding her teeth. And she brought her in, we did a dental exam, her teeth were good. Her abdomen, though, when we palpated it, was a little tense, so we took an abdominal x-ray. She was still eating and pooping and otherwise perfectly normal. She had urinary sludge on her x-ray. So rabbits make calcium oxalate crystals in their urine. That's normal for them. And house rabbits get a little sedentary or inactive. They sometimes don't drink as much as we'd like. And all of that calcium settles out.
That rabbit looks very skinny.
That's not what's causing that, though. You need to get a real look at that rabbit. If you look at the back end of that rabbit, I guarantee you it's pitched. I guarantee you it's pitched. And it's like, well, house rabbits get sedentary. Like, no, I mean, I keep my rabbits in cages, and we don't have this issue. Rabbits are supposed to produce urinary calci. It's just that if they don't have good confirmation. And the other question here is, what exactly are you feeding it? Because I don't like that coat. That coat.
Yeah, me either.
That coat looks really
it looks
bad.
rough on
and
the
he
face.
just looks like he's in pain, honestly.
Look at how much molt is going on here.
Yeah, and he's given the squinty eye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turn it around. Let me see the gas hand.
Hi, it's Dr. Pat with Riddle Critic.
Okay.
He said he's back to 100%.
Look, if you look at the feet though, even from this angle, it looks like I bet you it's pinched. The easy fix for this is just simply her flipping the rabbit over and evacuating the bladder. It is literally roll it on its back and evacuate the bladder. Just squeeze and it'll come out. One go, fixed, done. And then if this rabbit has these kind of issues, it needs to be on a higher ash content feed with more fiber and lower calcium. So this one would benefit from a Timothy base or cullet. I mean, if it was us, we just cull it. But if you want to keep your pet, then you're going to need to switch it to Timothy base. You're going to need to add apple cider vinegar to the water, and you're going to probably need to express the bladder once a week. So.
But then, if in that case, if you did do a Timothy base, then how would you get protein?
Some of them just can't. There's other ways to add protein. You can add oats. You can add barley. But you'd have to switch it to a different base.
Gotcha.
Typically soy is where you get, because there's less calcium, more proteins. You'd have to have a higher soy content.
Gotcha.
That's not what causes that. I love this. It's like that's not.
What about Willow?
I want to respond to this so bad. It's like, that coloration is to die for. That coloration is awful because that rabbit is sick.
What is she saying causes it though?
It's very painful. They catheterized her. So they didn't really have to catheterize her. She says it's normal for house rabbits. They get sedentary and inactive. Sometimes they don't drink as much as we'd like them to drink, and all that calcium settles out, kinda, and their bladder like sand, sorta, and it's very painful. So they catheterized her, and they put a urinary catheter in, and they flushed her bladder to give her some relief. Technically, you don't have to. Technically, you literally just have to do a bladder suppression, and it'll come out. It's because the issue is that the pelvis is curved in the wrong direction.
Why does she still look in pain though in the end?
She does to me too, to be honest. So.
I think it's like they mentioned that the rabbit had like a hard mass in its stomach area. So something else is probably going on that they're not even noticing.
Well, they took an X-ray and it was bladder sludge. Oh, this one says buddy bonding gone wrong. Do we want to watch this?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Let's take my senior rabbit to the vet.
Trigger warning, bunny bonding. As many of you know, I have two rabbits.
Trigger
Lotus
warning.
is almost 7 years old, and I've had her since she was a baby. She's considered a senior rabbit now. My other rabbit is Casper. He's 1 year old and has a lot more energy than Lodi does. Last week, we had to evacuate due to the LA fires. Thankfully, we are back home and everything is
How
okay.
old are they calling the senior rabbit?
The senior rabbit is 7, and the other rabbit is 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Evacuation process. Things got a little crazy and chaotic, and both of my rabbits got really stressed. Unfortunately, Casper bit Lodi on the ear, and you can see here that she has a wound. I don't know how infected it is, so I wanted to take her to the vet.
Neosporin!
You don't know how infected that is. I've seen 10 times worse.
Slap some Neosporin on that, spray it down with some Bactine spray, call it a day.
You don't need to go to the vet for that.
This is our first vet visit in 2025. If you have exotic animals, you know how difficult it is to find a good vet, so this is going to be our third vet in 2 years. The vet was really nice, though.
I mean, that part's fair.
Rabbits. She
Yeah.
said that Lodi was fine. She doesn't need any antibiotics or any type of medicine, that her wounds are actually healing very nicely. And as long as she is eating and drinking, pooping and playing, then she is fine. This is unfortunately just one side of bunny bonding. It doesn't always work out, and it's really, really difficult to bond rabbits, so keep that in mind if you're planning on getting
because you shouldn't be doing
because
that.
you're not supposed to.
Like if you're looking at the underside of this rabbit's mouth, look, she's drooling. I'd be concerned about molar issues with this rabbit, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like look at how much like under here. It looks like she's drooling a lot, or she's having issues.
That yellow mark.
Trigger warning: bunny bonding.
Could it be that like that scent gland or whatever underneath her chin?
It's not under her chin. It's like at the sides of her mouth, like she's drooling.
Look, as many of you know, I have 2 rabbits. Lotus is almost 7 years old, and I've had her since she was a baby. She's considered a senior rabbit now. My other rabbit is Casper. He's 1 year old and has a lot more energy than Lodi does. Last week, we had to evacuate due to the LA fires. Thankfully, crazy and chaotic. Unfortunately, Casper bit really stressed. Unfortunately, Casper bit Lodi on the ear, and you can see here that she has a wound. I don't know how infected it is, so I wanted to take her to...
That's an enormous carrier for such a small rabbit.
That almost looks like pastorella snot. That looks like Bordetella or pastorella snot. It's like all here on like both sides.
The vet just to get...
Like that. I don't know. That just there's all kinds of discoloration.
It checked out.
What's also concerning is that the vet probably didn't even point that out.
No, or yeah.
This is our first vet visit in 2025.
There's definitely some nasty ass discharges. You see what I mean? It's something's going on here.
Yeah,
if you have exotic animals, you know how difficult it is to find a good vet, so this is going to be our 3rd vet in 2 years.
I don't disagree, Granite.
The vet was really nice, though.
Honestly.
And knowledgeable about rabbits. She said that...
Oh my goodness. Taking care of my bunny.
To be fair, I am having a difficult time just finding a vet that will believe my crazy nonsense, saying, hey, I need penicillin for this, that, and the other thing.
Oh, that's so fair.
Yeah.
Should we look at the golden poops one?
Ooh,
yes.
Yeah.
Yep, bunny poo's supposed to be golden. Let's talk about it. This means
no,
that
it shouldn't be.
And their digestive system is working really well. When it's sworn black like this, for example...
That is what it should look like. It means they're getting proper nutrition.
If this is the case for you, then here are a few things that you can do.
No, if it's golden, they're getting too much fiber, and they're dehydrated.
Makes up 80% of the rabbit's diet. Is so important that they're eating enough hay. So I hope this helps. Yep, bunny poo's supposed to be golden. Let's talk about it.
See, that is extremely unhealthy poop. I'm sorry. I know that they tell these people that's what it's supposed to look like.
Yep.
But that is really unhealthy. It should not be golden.
It's so unhealthy.
That is a bad color. That is, they're getting too much fiber. They're not getting enough nutrients. If it's not dark, they're not processing enough protein.
Bunny poo's supposed to be golden. Let's talk about it. This means...
So no. That's the problem. Like every single one of these, it's like everything you know is wrong. How to clean bunny feet.
Peroxide and cornstarch. Well, that's their first problem. They're putting the hay right where they eat again.
Well, yeah, that's what they do. They put the hay right inside the water box, and then they can't figure out why they get coccidia. So the picture on this was literally a rabbit taking a bath. Is that blood?
Check out our daily process of bathing our partially paralyzed rabbit.
Put it down!
What? Oh my god.
Baby shampoo and lukewarm water scrub.
Put it down. Put it to sleep, please.
Wring out the excess water.
That poor baby.
Quick cuddle session with Dad.
put it this way.
Warm, not hot, blow dry, courtesy of Mom.
Yes, it is. It totally. I'm so sorry, baby.
Off to get the rest done by her brother.
Oh.
Oh dear God.
Oh no.
That's gonna cause rug burn.
Okay. But all dry.
So this was from 23. Do you think it's still around?
No.
No.
I hope
not.
not. Poor thing.
We can hope not, but no, we're not that lucky.
Damn it.
God, it's so fat. Is that look dizzy to you?
Yeah.
It has a bite mark here, something snipped at it. Its nose looks like it's got bordetella, and it looks like it's dizzy when it's doing this. Like, honestly, that seems like wrong.
And it could just be from them spinning it.
Or it's hard to see. So the last video they posted was in 2023 in September, and nothing since then.
So it did probably die.
Probably passed. Please head over to Instagram to donate to our GoFundMe. I wonder if they just switched over to Instagram.
Maybe.
Shall we find out?
Sure.
Like, are we bored? Maybe. Am I trying to stay up all night? Yes. I want to be flipping my donuts. I'm very sad now. I was on TikTok. I wanted the Instagram. It doesn't look like it's gotten better.
Nope. Why do you have a sweater on it?
This is from March.
Because it's cute.
Well, this is earlier. This is March 23. April 20. Because they haven't posted anything new either. But honestly, this looks even worse. They had a fundraiser up to do for an amputation. So they'd already amputated one of their rabbit's legs.
Oh God.
That was like 2 years ago. So I'm guessing this didn't end well.
Probably not, because when does it end well?
Put them down. You know? Like, I know you don't want to hear this.
Death is peaceful.
Death is peaceful. Death is a release. You know, it's not the absolute worst thing that can happen. If we look up proper rabbit care, sometimes dead is better.
See, that's the thing, though. Preference rabbit carriers means different things for different people. I really wish we could just reset it all, but there's no way to do that.
I'm afraid to even look at some of these. Oh God, what is that?
Oh dear God.
That's a Leopardon, Charlie.
What are you looking at? I'm away from
Imagine
the
a Leopardon.
A living
Look at how
Muppet.
far back the eye is rolled.
A portrait living Muppet.
Huh? You need to put it down.
That looks so uncomfortable.
It is.
It almost looks more uncomfortable than the poor paralyzed one.
Look at how far the eyes rolled out of the head. It's like they're just it's time to let it go. They have a whole bunch of rabbits with head tilt, apparently. Oh, it's a vet. No.
It's a vet?
It's a vet.
Okay.
Oh, no.
That's even worse.
Someone needs to report them.
Like,
So would that be EC?
it's a
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have bad feelings about this. So that's probably a bot fly removal, I'm guessing.
Ooh. Gross.
They're an exotic animal hospital in Pennsylvania. Ooh, I can dig in.
Ooh.
What are their
Don't
credentials?
be bragging about this shit. Because you shouldn't be suggesting that they keep a head tilt rabbit alone. Oh, that's your mites. How are you gonna treat it?
It's super easy.
So are they keeping these rabbits, or are they just treating them?
No, this is a vet clinic.
So they're treating them.
When we treat those ears, we don't remove the prosthetic. Okay, that's correct. They'll fall off and that's own. They don't fall off in 10 to 14 days. 3 times ivermectin is cleared up in 3. What the hell are you using? It takes 14 days. My question is, ivermectin, yeah, someone already said that. You just put ivermectin in the ears and it'll fall off. Yes, in like 3 days. This is true.
You really need to diagnose it under the microscope?
It'll fall out in 3 days. In less than 3 days. Even faster. Even faster if you soften with olive oil first. Even faster if you soften with techniques called sweet oil first. Like I have multiple papers documenting this.
Oh, we don't believe in medication.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not the same rabbit because it was spine fracture. It looks like Carnival Sunday. Ugh. This is just random pictures of rabbits, not pictures of the actual rabbit. Okay, that is. Oh God.
What?
You're going into vet, right?
Yeah.
Check out the X-ray.
Okay, can you make it bigger by chance?
I cannot. Well, I can try.
Or can you? Yeah, put it on the Discord.
Then I can try and set it on the Discord.
Because it is too small to really see on that.
Hold on, I'll zoom in. Give me a second. No, stop being dumb.
Are we looking at that dark area on the top and the bottom of the spine there?
Spinal fracture. It's broken back.
Ooh.
Oh God.
So there's a spinal fracture. So we can't figure out why it's not using its back legs.
Well, yeah.
So
its
this
spine's busted.
Compression fracture on the spine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sometimes if it's a sprain and not a fracture, but they say it's a fracture, so define is it sprain or fracture? Sprain, you can do anti-inflammatories and cage rest. Broken bones.
Broken bones need to be put down.
Compression fracture on the 6th vertebra, they go minimal displacement, they can and rule out previous trauma. Sometimes, if it hasn't shifted, but a lot of the times, no.
Yeah. I wouldn't with that, because there's also probably nerve damage.
They took it and did targeted pulse electromagnetic therapy. How much did you charge them for that?
Is that a good therapy for inflammation?
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
Whoa.
Well, they've done one session. They don't know, and all we can see is her scooting. So that there's a lot there. But typically, that's not a good outcome. Well, how long ago was that? Was there any follow-up? That was over 2 years ago, and I don't see any follow-ups. Oh Lord, she coming.
Mm-hmm.
Oh Lord, she coming.
Fat. That rabbit is fat.
Damn, that is fat.
But what is this vet recommending to feed?
Oh, come here. Stop it. No, shit, you'll start that diet. Monday start, when you start the diet on Monday. Yeah, holy crap.
Literally looks in pain.
And I'm sure they're not even, like, gonna change the feed plan. They're just gonna lessen it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I did change from Roe to Dr. Pole.
Mm. Ooh, that's a bad ear mite case.
Oh,
yeah.
How could you let it get that bad?
It can happen pretty quick, granted, but yeah, that's bad.
Yeah.
I
Like
mean,
my cat colony gets ear mites pretty frequently, but not like that. Jeez.
I know Fletcher has a rabbit that he got the rabbit with really bad ear mites, and he has like leftover scars.
Yeah.
So it's that bad. But even that bad of ear mites with ivermectin, still gone in 3 days.
Yeah. Yeah. I've never had it take more than 3 days to clear up, and at most after 3 days you may have like a little bit of like extrude clinging on, and you just wipe it off with olive oil.
Yeah, that's all I used for my Flemish Giant. He's gotten it twice, and it's fine.
Well, that's still like one of the most popular videos on my channel is Caramel Sundae. Like if I go to popular, that's still the most watched video. So like I said, it can happen really quick. Like that happened basically overnight. Like it was okay the night before, and it was bad by the time we got home again.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel better about Fangy then, because I thought that I'd somehow ignored him for ages.
No, it can actually come on really quick, especially because it was hot and wet this summer, and there probably was some redness down in there the night before that we didn't notice. But then it was really obvious
But like so deep down that you can't really see it.
But it's like way
unless you're like looking.
Yeah, I don't stare into his ears every day, but I do like give him a look over.
Yeah. So for this, I mean, most of that redness is because it's wet, and what we do is you pour the olive oil, the sweet oil, or the mineral oil down in there, and you just kind of really gently, but like you're not pressing or squeezing, you're just kind of gently just massaging the base so the oil gets in, and you let it sit, and then as it gets loose, you can like barely touch it. Like this is not scraping, this is like barely touching it to make sure it falls out, because if you touch it and it doesn't move, you leave it alone. So this is just kind of gently encouraging that out of there. And it's a very slow process. It takes like an hour because you got to keep kind of going in and flushing it more and more. But as you flush it, it comes out. And then the stuff that's deeper in there, again, you just kind of massage the base and it flushes out. And then once that gets all clear, you wipe it gently down with some cotton balls, and then you put the ivermectin in. So but you only use the injectable because the other stuff is, you know. But honestly, it'll be completely clear in a couple of days once you cleared it, and then they don't come back. But Carl was always a really good sport. I miss him. He was a good bunny. That's gotten so expensive. It used to be $25 a bottle back when I did the video. It's gone up, like it's $42 or $45 a bottle now, like 3 years later.
That like ivermectin?
Yeah, the ivermectin.
I found it for like 60.
Yeah, 74.
But it used to be 20. That bottle cost me $25 when I bought it.
Yeah, it's all the people who think that you can kill COVID with ivermectin.
You can. You literally can, but you have to know what you're dosing. And the problem is they don't know what they're doing.
Yep.
So there is actually ivermectin protocol treatment. I actually have the paper that the CDC put out with the actual protocol. And you gotta be careful. Like someone else had posted going, I'm gonna try this, and I'm like, if you take 3 milliliters, 3 cc of ivermectin orally, you're probably gonna overdose yourself, because that's not the dosing for a normal sized person. Like unless you weigh like 350 pounds, don't do that. Because I'm trying to remember what it was, but I think it's like 0.8 cc per 100 pounds is what the dosage is. Don't do more than that, because it can cause other problems. The other thing, even if you're just taking it, if you're trying to get it'll still cause like I said, like in rabbits, don't give it to pregnant does, and don't give it to does that are you're about to breed, because it'll prevent implantation. So it's one of those things where it's like red flag for like pregnant women, and if you're trying to get pregnant. So if you definitely want to take it to cure, as an antiviral, also understand that you may have consequences for other things. So there's a lot of, but that's any medication. So people are like, so the problem is the people that'll do it are the same people that are like, all herbal remedies are natural, and if it's natural, it's 100% safe. And I'm like, okay, what's the dosing for wormwood? What's the dosing for nightshade?
Yeah.
You know, what's the dosing for oleander? Because that shit can kill you if you don't know what you're doing. You know, like how do you apply it? Because there's some things like willow bark and stuff you can make into a topical salve, but you know what I mean. There's something you can have topical, but you can't eat it, or you can do it like a tincture, or you should only use the root, or you should only use the leaf, or you can only use the flower. You know, so there's a lot of, you know, or you have to boil it for an hour first, like pokeberry. Like you can eat pokeberry, but you have to know how to process it. Like you have to boil it for like 45 minutes before you can eat it, because it has to boil out the toxins. If you eat it straight,
and some things you should only take for a short period of time.
Yeah, exactly. There's like tons of stuff. So it's like natural doesn't necessarily mean, you know, safe. It just means that you know, alternate remedies. But like I said, yeah, ivermectin is usable for it. It actually does. It can be used to suppress and cure virals like COVID. But again, caveat: dosing is there's a big thing about you need to be taking the right dose. You know. We probably shall be warming ourselves too, which is something I still need to probably go and do a candida cleanse.
Yeah.
So not Mercury. Look at the chat.
Mercury.
Are humans prone to having worms that we don't know about?
Can I invite him up? Like, well, I'm gonna get banned if I do, but why not? Like, it's late. No, I can't, because he doesn't have enough followers. Everyone go follow Gendo. He never posts.
I already am.
How many followers do you have?
I hate everyone and everything except animals. Oh, my love. We're never getting married. We're like hetero life mates now. It's so sad. He doesn't love me. I'm a stinking beast. Where's my fat little...
Oh, that's why your account's private.
Huh? Oh.
His account's private.
Oh.
He doesn't post anyway. Alright, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Do you guys want to continue this, or shall I let you release you all together?
It's only 11 for me.
It's not late enough yet. Should I do art now? No.
Her.
Yeah, he just wanted a goth girl. He ended up with me, who's this horrible stupid beast, and I got him a cat. And the cat is the cat loves him dearly, but she's Mavis. So. The itty bitty eating committee, yes.
I'm just playing Minecraft draining an ocean.
That filter's so unsettling.
He's still staring at the bunnies, so he probably doesn't. Hey, honey.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that is unsettling.
Hi, babe. Hey, sweetie, I love you. You know, he's too busy staring at the bunnies. I'm not gonna look. Honey. Honey.
Here, let's look at her webcam.
It's like, Mama. 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 Mama.
Mummy.
Mummy.
Mama.
Mummy.
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 Mom. Mom.
Mom.
Mom.
No! Yeah, I can. Oh, wow. Oh, here he comes. It's not nearly as much fun.
I saw it as soon as you put it on. When you turn that shit off, it's horrifying. It looks like
Oh, Deranged Elsa's a new one. I think I like that.
I'm sick of being, like, censored by TikTok for trolling and making funny comments, though.
People don't see Gen X humor as trolling. They see it as being mean. That's the problem.
Most my stuff gets passed through.
Bro, that's just
because
so
an
many
actual
people are
human
like,
looks
stop
good,
being
because the AI
I'm
is
like,
like,
I
you're a
ain't
mean
being mean,
person.
I'm being blunt. Deal with it.
Some people are just so freaking sensitive.
No, seriously.
Wait, what?
I need your help sometime tonight, tomorrow. I have my medication in the cart, I think, but it was in the gray shipping envelope.
Okay.
The plastic gray shipping envelope.
Okay.
It's my the gout meds.
Go get it then.
I can't find it. It's too cold.
You want me to go out in the middle of the night in the dark?
Today, tomorrow. Yes.
Well, tomorrow morning when the sun comes up and we go down to the rabbit barn, we'll go through it.
I had to get the food out of the car too. I'm so tired of crashing when I got home.
I know.
You should do more Vicky videos and itty bitty. And go over the different bunnies.
Well, my sister's all fuckery. So what are you doing, fat ass?
Whatever she wants. Clearly.
Apparently.
I got the
Emery, what are you doing? Meow.
She probably wants food.
She's eaten.
Does she
Lord, is she come here. Come here. Show them how. Come here. Fat ass. I'm supporting her under her chest and also under her butt. But
oh goodness, she is.
Her gut down there reaches the floor. Hi. Meow. You're fine.
You never dust the floor, actually.
Probably could. This is my fat ass. This is my kitten. Yeah. Ow. Ow. Fine. You are full of snot.
So many of my cats get really chubby in the winter and then super skinny in the summer.
Yeah, well, no, she's just fat. She's just big old. She's always hungry. She's chunky. She's way too chunky. Just is. Just is. Emily just is. Is Emily.
There's a feral cat that I feed, and she looks just like a barrel because she's so fluffy in the winter. Like, she's a fuzzy cat, and she gets it so thick, and I have no idea how chubby she is under there, because she just has the thickest fur.
Just like long Maine Coonish.
Yeah, like, her legs look like they're, like, 2 inches long.
She's a... That's a thickin'.
She can still kick a Tom's ass, though, and she's 17 years old, so...
Yeah, I just realized both cats and turkeys, the males are called Toms.
Yeah.
I just never realized that. And it's like such an interesting one, because it's just like turkeys and cats.
Does that mean female cats are called hens?
What? Female cats are queens.
They're called queens.
Well, they are in the breeding world, but I always thought that was insane.
No, they're queens.
Okay. We used to breed Bengals, and when I heard that, I'm like, I dislike that.
It checks out, though, with cats' attitudes. It's accurate.
It's very accurate.
Not as accurate with Bengals. They're more goblins.
Yeah.
Why is Illustrator not wanting to work? Oh, I don't like that. Oh, wait, no, is it? Okay, it's over here, that's why. This was the last thing I worked on for Illustrator, was the sponsor stuff, or I did the awards for. So if you were running any rabbit shows and you need awards and stuff done, I do that. We do that. That's a thing we do. That's a thing I do.
My local rabbit club can't afford much of anything.
Well, ask me and I will help you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll find out what they're needing, because I don't know.
Honestly,
I'm not a part of any club. I just attach like a leech.
Our club is a struggling infant currently, and for the last few years.
Oh, it's not too bad.
We span 2 provinces, which is part of the problem.
Yeah.
Well, are you putting any shows on?
Yeah, we put on one in the fall and one in the spring, and we make it a double show each time.
Are you Canada?
Although
last
in the fall we had too few. Pardon?
You're Canada though.
Yeah, I'm in Canada.
Which province?
Manitoba and Saskatchewan, because it's a 2-province club, because we couldn't make enough members without spanning 2 provinces.
I don't even know if I can ship to Canada. I'll see how much shipping costs, because that's probably what's killing you, is probably shipping.
Yeah. From what I've heard, Canadian shipping is horrible.
It's cost me $25
it's murder.
just to send something over the border.
Like even domestic shipping, right? Like it's cheaper to ship something here than to your neighbor.
Yeah, and on top of that, shipping to the States I don't think is as bad as shipping from you guys, because it is murder shipping from you guys.
They might be able to, because the place that I use for print might actually just have it like a Canadian branch. And if they have a Canadian branch, then what we would do is I'd contact the guys I use and see if we could just reroute it to their Canadian office, so that way it doesn't have to go through customs, and that would probably save a shipment.
Okay.
Because I do banners, but when I do bulk orders, I have a partner that I work with. But and the partner I work with is our local partner in the States, but it looks like that they do have a Canadian another one over the other side. So that actually would be better, because then it would save monies. So give me a second, because their main offices are up in like Michigan area, and then I'm just kind of curious, because you probably want to do like the little banners. Okay, that's still a good price.
I just redesigned the logo, but I'm not. I'm only just starting with digital, so I'm not exactly experienced. But the logo desperately needed redesigning because it was kind of messy. I think it was made with like MS Word or something.
I'm just kind of curious. I need to see if I can make this a thing, if I can change you to another country. Oh, I can. Oh yeah, so yeah, Canada is an option. Manitoba. I need a generic, let's say Best Buy Manitoba, and just see what that is.
There's board members in both Saskatchewan and Manitoba.
Well, I'm just trying to get a general idea of what shipping costs, so that would give me an idea of what what your pricing would be, and if I can still give you a good enough deal to make it worthwhile.
Fair enough, yeah.
Because that's usually your.
Yeah, because the last show we kind of had awards.
See, I do vinyl banners typically, but I can do all kinds of other stuff too. Although it looks like the partner that I use has a branch in Canada, so that would definitely save having to deal with the customs BS and the 20. Because I know if I try to ship it as though it was coming from the U.S., I'd get that hell of a lot.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the last show we just they had some leftover leftover best opposite ribbons, and then some cage cups, and that was the awards.
Oof. Yep, see, that's what I was afraid of. Damn.
What is it?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
International priority shipping is $65 just for the shipping.
Oh, yikes.
Yep, that's about, if I try to order anything from All About Bunnies, is that the store?
All Things Bunnies.
All Things Bunnies. Yeah, it's around $60 to $80, even if I'm buying like one thing.
See, that's doing so. Because the shipping is, so typically I only have to spend about $10 on shipping, so I just factor in my shipping to my cost. So I'm just trying to see real quick what that would have to bring it up to. Oh, that sucks. So it would be.
But like All Things Bunnies shipping is pricey regardless.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
They're always expensive, so that is nothing new.
But $60 expensive?
I tried to order the ABCs, the color book.
Oh
that
yeah,
was $60 shipping. I think.
colors.
Actually,
Yeah.
it looks like I could technically still keep that the same average price, which is $5 a square foot. So I could still do it at $5 a square foot, and it would still wash. I mean, I lose a little bit on my end, but I could still make that work.
Okay.
So
I don't know if
$5
we
a
have any
banner,
money
including
for
shipping.
awards, but okay.
For a 12 by 12.
If we do have
like up here on the screen, these are 12 by 12s, the little ones.
Yeah.
And I can show you what those look like. But yeah, I could still make that work at $5 a square foot.
Okay. Yeah. If we do have any budget for awards at all, then yeah, I'll let them know.
Yeah.
Just last time we had $0 for budget for awards.
I don't know how much you're paying for the ribbons, but it would work out to like $5 a banner. Because they're one square.
Oh no, they didn't pay for the ribbons. They had ribbons left over, and they only had best opposite of breed. They had no best of breed because they were using leftovers.
Oh. Well, if people wanted to go in and fund that, it would end up being $5 per banner for however many banners that you needed to get done. As long as it's like a bulk order. So because typically the best of breed stuff ends up being like a bulk order, or just a small banner selection. Because if you're going to do it that way, I would recommend ordering at least 50 because that pricing was divided out on 50 banners. Because otherwise the shipping's just going to destroy that, and it'll end up being like $30 a square foot or something stupid by the time you factor the shipping in.
Yeah, fundraising is definitely a big bottleneck for us currently.
Yeah.
So if we could get fundraising going and get like a show and attract more people to it, then we could probably, make more money because there'd be more people joining the club. But yeah.
Jindo asked you if you were taking blanket donations.
Are you taking
blanket donations?
Yeah. Like, are you just asking for donations to fund a show?
Oh, okay. Yeah, they would.
It
They
literally
probably
means blankets.
Ah.
Well, I mean, the little dude that's like that he put there looks like it's under a blanket.
I want wool blankets, damn it.
We're not talking about you. Brat. I love him so dearly. He's my man child. I walked.
They're running. Yeah.
Go ahead.
They're running a fundraiser, but it's private to our group because if we open it up, it would be illegal on Facebook. So I don't know how that's ever going to make us any. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, I
how
don't
would it
understand.
be illegal?
Because it would be an illegal lottery somehow.
Take the litter and bring it in bed with them.
How? Yeah, I've never. That's a new one.
Yeah, because basically they're you pick a number and you basically get entered into a raffle by like how many how many numbers you pick, and so then they pull a name and you win that prize. So that's apparently an illegal lottery on Facebook or something. Yeah, but I don't think it's going to do much of anything if it's private.
Yeah, that's the problem. These are these are 12 by 12 size, just for reference.
Okay, nice. Yeah, those are about a perfect size too, because you'd want to collect them over the years, so you'd want them not too big, but it's good and visible.
Yeah, so we did that for the kids, and there are other examples here. I mean, we have done larger ones too, but that's about your 12 by 12s.
Okay. Yeah, it's frustrating because there's so many rabbit people that I've run into, like doing my craft sale stuff, because I sell rabbit's foot keychains, and that gets people talking. Mm-hmm. And some that even breed purebreds just for their own meat, like silver fox and stuff. And most of them don't even know what A or BA is. Yeah.
Oh, Canada. That's okay.
If you're in Ontario or BC, they apparently know what ARBA is, but everyone else, not really so much.
That's okay. We're having an
Alberta's starting up.
right now with everything.
I kind of understand that just because, like, ARBA's presence in Canada in general is not nearly as much as it is in the US.
Yeah, and we don't really have rabbit 4-H programs. Like, at least not anywhere near where I am.
Yeah. Do you have 4-H in general?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was in 4-H as a kid. We had a cattle club. And we had multi-purpose club and stuff like that, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think they also have 4-H in, like, the UK and stuff, too.
Oh.
And I'm pretty sure we could have a rabbit 4-H club, but people, the people who eat rabbit around here keep it quiet, apparently, because, yeah, the reactions I got.
That's understandable.
Was, a lot.
Just selling the poop?
No, I was selling rabbit's feet keychains at craft sales in the fall, and I got so many people who walked up and like would look horrified, and then I heard one of them whisper, "They kill them for the feet." So I put up my sign saying, "From meat rabbits that I raised myself," and then
I got
a
them
lot
for their feet.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. I just really wanted to make sure people didn't think I slaughtered rabbits for their feet.
No, down here we would just double down on that. Because then people look at the La Manchas going, "What'd you do to their ears?" Cut them up and fry them up. Don't worry, they grow back next year. They're delicious. A little bit of maple syrup on that. Fries up real good. Cinnamon on it.
I have heard people freak out about that. Yeah.
Oh, we've given up. We just start fucking with them. It's like, no. It's like, you just double down.
Yeah,
like,
it is weird.
Don't worry, they grow back.
It is weird. They do really look like when people cut off pit bulls' ears for like fighting. But I get that that's just the breed of the goat. It does look like that, so I think that's why people think that. But
that's the breed of goat that Domino's little baby is.
Yeah, La Mancha.
Yeah. I keep looking at it and I'm like, where are its ears?
It has no ears. No ears for you.
I'm just like, oh. I'm like, there's sort of like tiny little things.
So Vesper, here's the book that we've been working on.
I know.
Wait, the New Zealand rabbit looked like a tube sock at one point?
The original New Zealand, yeah, that's the original New
It
Zealand
looks
rabbit.
like a hemi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the
That's
what
so
all rabbits
strange.
looked like at the time. You want to see?
Even Flemish?
Yes.
Flemish have big boobs. Sure, yeah.
Yeah, give me a second. Let me pull them up. We'll go do some rabbit history because I'm writing this as a genetics book for breeding back to sop after breeding out for breed improvement.
My finger has a good booty. He needs more shoulder.
I'll try and work on editing that some more tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, I may try to do that some later tonight. I got to figure out what I'm doing and kind of.
Yeah.
Because I'm still doing the whole nighttime adjustment thing. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm scared to pose my Flemish doe because she's the only Flemish doe I could find.
So real.
She's real
If
trash.
you feel any better, go look at Dakota's Rexes.
Okay.
That's Fletcher's Burrow on here.
Oh, okay.
Their shoulders are ugly.
Everything about this Flemish is kind of ugly, though.
Okay, so what do you want to look at first? We have advice to beginners in the rabbit industry from 1918. We have commercial rabbit farming for the food supply from 1918. We have common sense rabbit raising from 1922. But yeah, here you go. So original, this is an early New Zealand from 1918.
Wow. Slightly less tube, but looks kind of like a Flemish.
That's a Flemish from
What?
1918.
Wow.
That is a Belgian hare from 1918.
Dang.
Wow.
Yep. And again, New Zealand from 1918. So we can go through common sense. These are the ones I colorized, but that's so we'll go through common sense rabbit raising if you guys want to see some cool shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's 1922, but yeah. So it kind of gives you an history, early on. Of,
Did they feed pellets back then?
They keep what?
Did they feed pellets back then?
Pellets really didn't come into fashion until the 50s.
Oh, okay. What did they
Some of the
feed?
information here actually gets you an idea what they were feeding before pellets.
Oh, okay.
And mashes were actually suggested at some point.
They'd get their rabbits to eat wet food?
Mash, yeah, for the winter, to increase water intake. But there was a lot of variation in the feed. But they'd also feed like carrot tops and whole carrots like once a day, like once a week. They'd throw.
How are your pellet sugar in Canada? Do you have about like the same selection as we do?
Same selection of what?
Pellets.
Well, in where I am, it's fairly rural. I think they have a lot more near Winnipeg, but our PV Mart just closed, so it went from 3 varieties to 1 variety from Master Feeds, and their mill is extremely inconsistent.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is another thing that because Cadence wants to be a livestock nutritionist, and so I'm like, okay, we are making a pellet together and shipping it up to Europe. Because
my goal is
desperately need good pellets.
Yeah, my goal is to eventually feed mostly off my land locally for sustainability reasons, not because I just like pellets. But yeah, it's a work in progress.
Yeah, start planting alfalfa and blackberries. Alfalfa and blackberries.
Yeah, I need to get a blackberry that'll grow here. I can grow raspberries like mad, but the blackberries don't seem to like the soil.
Raspberry's fine if you can do, as long as it's a blackberry, raspberry, and anything along in that family.
Okay, the raspberry's great. Yeah, I can grow around roses.
What does that do?
Because the stems are 32% protein and 34% fiber.
Oh, wow.
That's what they eat in the wild. So the wild European rabbit, that's what they eat: brambles, which is blackberries, raspberries, roses, rock roses.
Okay, I was looking into growing and drying duckweed too.
Yeah, so you can do
I know
it,
that's
but
very
the
high
suggestion
protein.
is alfalfa and like blackberry forage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, alfalfa is easy enough to grow here. It's just I want a more diverse diet than a single source of feed sort of thing.
You'd still have to add barley and oat, most likely. And ideally, you'd probably want to be able to. They digest that better if it's steamrolled, or at least pounded down, smashed. So that is.
What about sprouted?
Yeah, or baby sprouted. Yeah, or that would be closer to the ideal.
Yeah.
But yeah, but that's a Flemish giant.
Wow. I think that's more what my doe looks like if I posed her up, to be honest.
1922. They also camped them out a lot longer back then.
Yeah, she's not that long.
So they didn't have the general front legs below the eyes or back legs below the stifle.
The nose and the rear legs are camped all the way out. Like they're pushed all the way back. That's how they posed them like Himalayans.
Weird.
So they all
that head looks like Fangy though. My Flemish.
So if they were to be posed by today's standards, they might still look somewhat.
I don't know. That's how they used to pose the Flemish or the Belgian hares, like way down like that.
Yeah, same thing. It's like they posed every breed the same way almost.
Like look at the New Zealand red, and that's toes under eyes though. But if you look, the feet are like way back here.
I wonder if that had the same meat yield.
They did not, and also the not nearly the same muscling that we had. Like it says in here somewhere, So Flemish giants, many reach 14 to 16 pounds at maturity.
Wow.
So the Flemish giant, just as the name implies, this breed was noted for its weight and large size for its imposing appearance. The average weight is 12 pounds. Back in 1922.
So if that was large size, what was the average weight of the New Zealand back then?
Like 8. So the average weight is 12 pounds, though many reach 14 to 16 at maturity or more. The fewer young in the litter, the bigger they'll grow. In buying giants, it's more necessary than in buying other breeds to be sure to ask the seller the weight of the stock. We are sorry to say that some firms ship out stock that they call giants that do not weigh as much as the Belgian hare should. In fact, we have seen some of the stock supposed to be breeders weigh less than 6 pounds. You can't be too careful. The buying of stock is the most important item when starting your rabbit business. You can make money on good stock, and you can throw it away on poor stock. The Flemish giant is light gray, dark gray, steel gray, medium gray, sandy gray, and black. There are the white and blue Flemish also, but these colors are rather rare and not extensively bred. We have them at times. The Flemish giant will not breed true to color. Parents of one color often produce young of many other colors. The light grays are usually the largest. Many times, however, weight and size are sacrificed for the darker steel gray color. What does New Zealand say? Because this is kind of a general overview. I can go pull a SOP from this time period too. So this is mainly this was a book basically written by Stalls, who was a breeder, and a lot of this was his promoting his own stock while also trying to educate to some degree. But it's a sales pitch. But it is really interesting because there's a lot of information in here. So when I was going through and doing the history stuff, this was useful. American Blues existed around this time period. So a lot of this is what they were doing is selling their better stock. To avoid inbreeding. So of the day, they go, some breeders, especially beginners, go ahead and in a haphazard way of breeding. They breed brother to sister, father to daughter. This is wrong. It should not be practiced. It tends to lower the vitality. Yes and no. Yes and no. So always get stock that's unrelated. Yes and no. Yeah.
Only if you inbreed too much. I experimented with that with the same buck.
Very much that it.
Yeah, it's actually not really that accurate because this is still based on kind of dog theory, and that's the other thing too is you got to kind of take this and look at these and going like, well, this was the recommendation because they also gave other recommendations at the time that we've found out in later years are not really accurate.
Which is fine. That's how you develop and grow.
Yeah.
There's always specific varieties.
Just as an experiment.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Just as an experiment, I bred the same buck to its siblings over and over and again, and I think it was about like on the 7th or 8th pairing, I ended up with one. What was it? Where the brain was full of fluid.
Yeah, the hypercephalus.
That, yeah.
Yeah.
Hypercephalus?
Yeah.
Hypercephalus.
Yep.
Yeah, hydrocephalus.
Hydro. God, yeah, hydrocephaly. I'm like, definitely not hypo, because that means too little. Hypo means little.
This one's out at great old Indianapolis, Indiana, because we've always been like one of the big places. We've always been rabbit central up here in Indiana. It's a rabbit. It's a thing.
In Cali, I feel like Cali is like, because I feel like Cali is just one of the states with the most amount of shows a year.
You're number 2.
Yeah. Okay. I'm cool with that.
So it's been Indiana and California have been the main states for the longest time. Copyright 1918.
Because, like, during the winter, we literally have, like, 4 show weekends back to back.
Bless you. This was considered the ideal outdoor rabbitry. That's what it was.
So like a pen?
They're in cages. If you look, they're in like they're stacked and then covered.
Huh.
I mean, yeah, that's not the worst.
Yeah. So this author, he goes, I feed very little green stuff, but I know prominent breeders who feed all greens to their rabbits will eat, and they're having success. I find that if one intends to feed much greens, you must start gradually to increase the greens and cut down on the dry feeds. We also find that if the doe has been fed mostly greens while pregnant, that the young will show no ill effects of giving greens at an early age. If you're having success with your present way of feeding, don't change it, but time enough you'll see if your system of feeding is going to agree with your stock or not. We find that alfalfa hay, third crop, or clover hay, first crop, is the best. Good oats and a change of barley once in a while are excellent. Carrots are good because at this point, carrots are good at all times, especially for does with young. Dried carrot tops, beet tops, or in fact dried leaves of any kind are much relished by both young and old. And this is again like pre-pellet. I've often noticed when feeding some lawn clippings that if there should be a dried leaf among that, the rabbits will pick it out first. In feeding, always try to have regular hours, and by all means favor the mother does with the litter, for the more you do for her, the better will be her offspring. When your stock is in a molt with rough coat, try giving a teaspoon of whole flaxseed in their oats about 2 times a week. Also give them a good brushing down with a stiff brush. This treatment is also fine for stock you wish to show. After you have brushed all the dead hair out, rub them down with your hand and a very soft rag. Some advocate using a drop of sweet oil. If I find that if they have been given the flaxseed, it's not necessary, for there'll be enough oil in the coats to give a fine luster. And some of this you can back with the feed studies that happen much later on. I believe there are more rabbits killed by overfeeding than not being fed enough. By this I do not wish to encourage underfeeding. A small handful of oats and barley in the morning is good enough. Clean hay to last them until the next feed is all that's necessary, with the exception of some carrots or other roots, or if you have some nice green stuff, you can give them just enough that they'll clean it up in a short time. I find that the breeders who work out their own system of feeding are most successful. A little good judgment and common sense will soon learn you just about what is agreeing with your stock. A rabbit just like a human. In the spring of the year, we need a tonic. Find the plantain and dandelion are just what your rabbits need in the spring. And there's also some evidence with plantain and dandelion as medicinal roots too. So if you talk to Grubb, she's got a lot of information on herbal stuff. But again, this is back from like 1918. This is before pellets even existed. So a lot of stuff has changed, as well as how we've bred them over the years and how they, and also you got to look at the rabbits at this time period. Remember, they just pointed out that Flemish were maxing out at 16 pounds.
Yeah.
So that might work, but your feed concentrate might not be able to support a modern rabbit if you tried to do it the way they used to. So they might do it, but you're going to probably get similar weights to what they were getting back at the turn of the century.
Yeah, that's where I'm wanting to maintain the protein of a pellet, but do it here. Yeah.
So which is why I'd say definitely blackberry raspberry clippings is going to help boost that. If you find that you need more sugar, carrots and stuff like that can add more sugar, but that's also kind of your danger there. Is it's, you got to be really careful on how much.
Yeah.
I mean, grain isn't hard to get here. Oats are pretty easy to get.
As long as it's steamrolled.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's your ideal. So back in, this is 1918, the three breeds of hares best adapted for commercial purposes are the Belgian hare rabbit, the Flemish giant, and the New Zealand. Pet rabbits are classified as those of the fancy, such as Dutch, Angora, Himalayan, Polish giant rabbit. Polish giant rabbit. Remember, a lot of these breeds don't exist anymore. There's stuff in these books that are gone. There used to be
I have a book that
giant Havana.
mentions so many different extinct Rex breeds. That was just like
Yeah.
Well, no. The funny part about it is they didn't go extinct. They literally just rolled them into the Rex. Like there was a Rex New Zealand at one point.
Yeah, no. Let me find that book and read them.
Well, I have it on the wiki. I went and looked it up. But just like there was also a heavy Havana originally before there was just the little ones.
I was looking real deep into the Dutch lineage, and it does turn out that they were made by a lot of breeds that don't even exist anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So, like, I couldn't find any names of these breeds, but yeah.
Okay. Ready for all of the Rex breeds? Bavarian Rex, Blue Vienna Rex, American Chinchilla Rex, Giant Chinchilla Rex, Standard Chinchilla Rex, Flemish Giant Rex, Havana Rex, Heavyweight Havana Rex, Himalayan Rex, Lilac Rex, New Zealand Rex, Polish Rex, Sable Rex, Silver Martin Rex.
So down here in my extinct breed section of the wiki, here you go. And there's a lot of Rex. The Brethren, the Vienna. I was trying to get pictures of all of them too, but they're really difficult. Yeah, there was a Flemish Giant Rex that someone attempted at one time. I didn't have much information on it. But so what they did is they basically just took all of the Rexes and they just threw and Arba's just like, it's a Rex. Because they're all the same body type for the most part, except for like the Himalayans. So, but most of them, like the American Chinchilla and the Vienna and the Lilac and the New Zealand and those basically were all the same body type. So they're all commercial typed Rexford rabbits. You all join the stand.
Yeah, which I don't blame them for.
No, I don't either. And then in the 70s when they dwarfed everything, but then they also killed out like there used to be a heavyweight Havana. Heavyweight Havana rabbit. Heavyweight Havana
and that's
rabbit
how
the rabbit developed and correlated to large animals produced fur and meat. They were first shown in Paris in 1903. Named the Havana because it looked like a good Havana cigar. These Havanas were 7 pounds and up. It arrived in America in 1916, known as simply the Havana, and through the years some breeders reduced the size and concentrated in developing the color, while others retained the original of the size. In the 1930s, Arba recognized the smaller animal 4 to 6 pounds as the standard, and the larger animal over 7 pounds as the heavyweight. And the heavyweight popularity lasted only 25 years, and it became extinct around 1955 when the standard Havana continued. So there used to be a bigger version. There also used to be a bigger version of the Belgian hare.
That's how the Blanc de Hotot is being so rare now, because you have the dwarf Hotot.
Yeah.
There was a golden fawn rabbit, which was basically a golden fawn colored Belgian hare, but I thought this was interesting here because I've read this a couple places as records indicate that New Zealand Reds have golden fawn bloodlines. The New Zealand Red was the first rabbit breed developed in America in the early 1900s. Although the New Zealand Red caught the attention of the rabbit fanciers and were accepted by Arba, there was no interest in rabbit fanciers to pursue perfecting the golden fawn. So it was that may have been the predecessor of the New Zealand Red. So,
that's interesting.
Yep. There's a blue imperial, which was kind of like our American blues. But then they just kind of went away. There was a blue squirrel, which I think got moved into try something else. But there's a Belgian giant. Red giants were created in Belgium, and they were crossed between the Belgian hare and the Flemish giant in attempt to make an even bigger hare. And they were between 17 and 18 pounds. The Alaskan red fox, I think they're currently trying to bring that back. I know there's some projects with the Alaskan red fox right now.
Oh, I'm working on Tort Silver Fox right now.
Yeah. I think Maddie's working on those too.
Yeah, I'm hoping to eventually find out
the synonyms.
Well, no, those are my... Yeah, I sent her a bunch of synonyms.
Yeah, but they could technically also be used as that.
Oh, yeah.
Mainly what I mean.
20-pound giant is rare. The average at maturity is 12 to 14. New Zealand red rabbit. New Zealand red is heavier than the Belgian hare, but not quite as big as the Flemish. comparatively recent, claimed very hardy and prolific. I love my reds.
Well, it's as big as that plummet now.
Well, New Zealand breeds true to color. It's bright orange red. Fine specimen New Zealand doe. There's shoulders on this bitch. Even if you scooped her underneath, I mean, seriously, it's...
Yeah, no, that shoulder is horrendous.
We've come so far.
We have. So far.
A litter of young Flemish giants. 5.5 pounds at 6 months old.
Wow.
Yep.
Well, my buck's better than that because I have a three. I had a 3/4 litter, and they were more around 5 pounds around. I think it was more 2.5 months, 3 months.
Well, I want my New Zealand's to be hitting 5 pounds by no more than 9 weeks, to be honest.
Oh yeah, no, mine aren't good. I'm just better than that, I guess.
I mean,
I'm starting from very crappy.
Realistically, if they're we're more likely to get 4 pounds at 9 weeks, but I would prefer them to be closer to. I want them closer to 5 at 8. The Sanitas are supposed to be at least 4 by 8, but I'd prefer them to hit 5.
My silver fox grow out faster, though I haven't really weighed them at the proper time.
I feel so gypped half the time because I have Rex, and they're one of the slowest meat breeds I think I've ever seen.
Yeah. I feel like Rex couldn't. Like Rex, they definitely can get up there. It's just
a lot of people want to focus on the minis.
Exactly. Yeah. I can't believe recipes. I am a mini Rex breeder.
Look, here's some recipes.
There's
Old
a lady
hash
in Saskatchewan who's...
Only the young. After cutting up the pieces, should be rolled in a mixture of pepper, salt, and flour. Fry in hot lard. It takes about 35 to 50 minutes to cook thoroughly, according to age and size. A good roast. Fill with dressing made to suit the taste, well moistened with hot water. Stew up the carcass, sprinkle well with salt, put in your roasting pan some strips of pork laid over the carcass, or if you haven't the pork, a few bits of butter. Bake into medium oven for 2.5 to 4 hours. Pressed rabbit. Boil until well done. Take all the meat from the bones, grind the meat grinder, season with salt and pepper to taste, then pour over it the broth that was boiled in and press the same as chicken.
What?
Yes, pressed rabbit.
That's bizarre.
Boil it, remove the meat, grind the meat, salt and pepper, pour the broth over, and press it.
An old hare?
Spanish hare. One onion sliced, 1 chili pepper, 3 to 4 medium tomatoes. Put in a stew pan with a small amount of water and let it come to a boil. After cutting the hare in pieces, put into this as soon as it comes to a boil. Then add a teaspoon of salt and just enough hot water to cover. Just before it's done, thicken with flour and butter. So that'll make a stew. There's an onion roast recipe here. Broil recipe is pot roast rabbit. Breakfast rabbit. Cornmeal mush. Ugh, mush. Mush rabbit meat. Mold it in a pan into a square and let cool overnight, and then cut into 1/2-inch slices, roll in flour, and fry it.
I mean, that doesn't sound that bad.
No, it probably isn't. It sounds like rabbit spam. Like spam rabbit.
Yeah.
Jellied rabbit.
It makes me think of those various jellied fishes. But
oh my god, that's like, literally what it is. 1 rabbit, 1 slice of onion, 1 bay leaf, 6 peppercorns, 3 stalks of celery, 1 envelope of gelatin, 1/2 cup water. Cook the rabbit in boiling water until tender or until the meat slips off the bones. Remove from the kettle, add vegetables and spices to the broth with salt to taste. Cook until reduced to 1 quart. Strain, add the gelatin softened in 1/2 cup of water. Place the rabbit meat in a square mold and pour the broth over it. Set aside in a cold place. Garnish with celery leaves and stars cut from pimentos and serve in thin slices.
Yes.
It's literally like
Yep,
rabbit jello.
that's some.
Wow.
That's some classic recipes.
Yeah,
right
that feels like 1950s bunker cookbook.
It's 1918, so yeah. It's like the First World War.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Because I know they released all those Jello recipes to like try and get people used to living in a bunker.
Mm.
Gelatin, a storable protein.
I forget that.
I really doubt it has enough amino acids. Yeah, gelatin's a protein. That's why cats and dogs will like kind of go nuts for it.
It's who?
Yeah, it makes sense, but I just
Okay.
associate it with candy.
I mean, isn't it some kind of bone broth?
It's hooves. It's horse hooves.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Well,
bone.
you can cook it out of
Isn't it pig fat a lot of the time too?
No, it's
something.
or skin. You can cook it out of skin as well.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, and that's why the oldest rooster makes the best broth, because they have more gelatin. And it's true. I've killed old roosters and
This is
made
a
food
mastodon rabbit.
delicious. Mastodon rabbit.
A mastodon
Let me see. I
rabbit.
think I gotta. Let's see if I took a.
It looks like another one of their weird Flemish giants.
Yeah, that's a mastodon. He's got a huge head. But this is a mastodon, largest variety of rabbits in existence. We have records showing that some of them reach enormous weight of 22 pounds. So that was originally this the mastodon, and they don't exist.
I bet you that's probably what was bred
that's
into
crazy.
Flemish to get them to where they are now.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
Well, I couldn't find like hardly
My boy
any
is definitely
information
not
on
up
this
that high.
rabbit, on this breed.
I love the name though.
Yeah.
Yeah. My boy is only 14, but I'm a beginner.
Yeah.
Fur, Feather, and Fancy from 1887.
Okay, I'm losing you guys. I'm heading to bed.
Go head off. I'm getting kind of that point too, or I might just. Go
Yeah, it's almost 2 here. Okay, good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night.
You know, I need to kind of go through. I was gonna pull some of the stuff that Vesper and I were working on earlier this week and start putting it into the book.
Yeah.
I need to hurry up and just get this book done. Actually, I really should do is I should probably be watching my Linux thing, but I'm kind of, you know, think it's. Alright, do you want me to help you pack?
Huh?
Do you need me to help you pack anything?
I got the pirate ship down. If you could do dishes, actually, that'd be great.
Okay, I'm gonna get off this probably in a minute and I'll use some dishes.
I really need more like 2.5-gallon bags so I can pack more small individual stuff and then put that around the pirate ship. Oh, the poor pirates. I'm just gonna do my teeth and then go back to sleep.
Okay.
Oh, my freaking payment went through this month. Isn't that nice?
Oh, okay.
Remember we had to go to Verizon because the phone payment went through. This went through automatically this month.
So many dead fish. And draining an ocean in Minecraft, so there's just so many fish.
I thought you said so many dead fish, and then I couldn't figure out the context.
Oh, the guy with the fish tank that doesn't want to feed him?
No.
Oh.
I'm in Minecraft, because I'm draining an ocean.
But for real, not just as a saying.
Yeah,
Actually,
like,
in
yes,
Minecraft.
for real, but in Minecraft. Like, not
Minecraft.
really.
We just play Minecraft on the thing instead. Which Minecraft are you in? Are you in a certain server? Can I play?
I can't. No one can join this specific world because it's on my Switch, and I don't have Switch Online.
Well, then I'm gonna play in solidarity.
Okay.
Yeah. That would be fun. My potato can't run Minecraft anymore, but
I have a few other worlds, but too, I'm also like, I have very specific projects. It's literally all the same thing. I'm just building 3 different worlds with it because it'll take forever, and that would be Scampy's world, and one of them is in survival. But I'm doing a good chunk of the terraforming in. So, like, the world that I'm draining the ocean in now, that's the survival world, but I'm doing the draining in creative because no one's got time for that.
I don't think I've ever done survival mode because I just do not have the kind of patience.
That's fair. Me either.
Oh, no, I did do some.
I'm like, you know
yeah,
what?
I did do some.
I'm like, you know what? I'll do one.
Yeah, I've just never done anything that buildy in survival mode.
Yeah.
But also, I do tend to play Minecraft like I play Skyrim, which is, I don't get anything done. I just wander around and pick up stuff.
That's fair.
Which works out if I have a partner who just wants to stay home and build, but, yeah, not so much if I'm just solo.
Yeah.
I have never actually reached the end of Skyrim, and I have played so many hours in Skyrim.
Aria's gonna die. Probably soon. And why am I getting freaking traveling trader or whatever? Go away. I hate it. Wandering trader. Yeah, wandering trader, not traveling.
Do you use any mods?
No. I'm on Switch.
Okay. Oh, okay. Does Switch not allow mods now?
I have no idea, but I'm not that invested in it.
Okay. Then again, they might have worked some of the more famous mods into the base game by now. I don't know.
Maybe. I know we have a bunch of regional. There's a bunch of regional animals now.
Oh, okay.
So, like, there's
Well,
now Highland cows.
Since I played that.
In snowy biomes, you get a Highland cow instead of the regular cow.
Oh, that's cute. I like that.
And there's a bunch of different wolves now, different pigs.
Nice. Yeah, I had a better computer back then, but I still managed to crash it every time I went into the modding websites to pick out new mods. Because, yeah, you can really bog down a computer with Minecraft mods. At least then it was a very badly optimized game too. Like the base game ate way more than it should.
Yeah.
The big game that can make me kill my day, though, is Civilization.
I have no idea what that is.
That's the one my ex-husband played all the damn time.
It's addictive, very addictive. It's a turn-based strategy game where you play a civilization and try to beat the other civilizations to the future, basically.
Yeah.
It's semi-historical.
I'm guessing very semi.
That's interesting.
Well, I mean, it's got history worked into it, but yeah, the very semi part partially comes because if you play as England, you start in like caveman time, basically. Well, just post caveman time, as England, for example. Which obviously wouldn't be England yet.
Yeah. As like what would develop into England, essentially.
Yeah, and you wouldn't necessarily be placed in England or have the same resources or whatever. But the things that would benefit you the most, like England's great for later gameplay, and they've got a lot of navy, which that's kind of checks out for England. Polynesia's fun because you can really take over a lot of islands that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, if you like turn-based strategy, I definitely would suggest it. I've played mostly Civ 5, but Civ 6 is good too.
I've played very few video games. Like, pretty much the main 3 video games that I've been playing right now are Minecraft, Star Stable, and Subnautica.
Oh, okay.
But like, when it comes to games like Subnautica,
what is Star Stable?
It's a horse MMO.
Oh, okay.
Fantasy horse MMO. Mainly with the
audience.
I
didn't know those existed.
Right.
Yes.
It's like main audience being girls to the point that you can only play as a girl character. Very cool.
Fair enough.
I mean, like, it's not actually like that girly, like the story and itself. It's not like girls, but it's like very like one of the key things in it is like the sisterhood of the Keepers of Aideen, which is they're druids and they're actually literally called druids. So, like they're the magic people that keep it. Yeah.
Oh, so not like the Saddle Club books.
No.
I was picturing the Saddle Club books.
No, it's definitely fantasy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I went through Horsey Fruit when I was a kid.
It's still a fun game.
But yeah. Oh yeah, like it's probably very much like not that long ago I went back and visited Neopets, so.
Yeah. So many people are mad about it though, but like it's mainly it's all people just blinded by nostalgia. To the point that there is literally now BSSO or Better Star Stable, which is literally just the game pirated, and there's in virus.
Oh.
But like an older version of it, like it's the old in like the older graphics, and I'm like, and then too like recently people are like, I got banned. Yeah, but they just did a mass crackdown on people cheating because there's also like championships and and people with like speed cheats.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much any major online game has that problem.
And so they
RuneScape's had it, Warcraft's had it.
Been like, hey, we're working on something to tackle this issue for years now. So they finally did like a thing. Like, okay. People.
Yeah.
There is like, you're allowed to use reshade on it. They've said that reshade's okay because it's just a graphic change.
Okay.
And so, but some people have gotten banned for that. But too, that's like, that's gonna happen. There's gonna be kinks in a system. Just email the support and they'll get it resolved.
Yeah. Yeah, particularly smaller games kind of have to struggle through it.
Oh,
like
they're
that.
not a small game.
Teams aren't usually that big.
They are not a small game.
No? Okay.
No. They hit 10 million players many, many years ago.
Okay.
It is not a small.
How many Warcraft has? Okay.
They are not tiny.
I believe you. I just hadn't heard of them, but that doesn't mean they're big.
And one of the other like main things that they do is they do weekly updates. So there's new content every Wednesday.
Okay.
Whether that being like a new horse, new horses. Some of the updates are spot, and then two people get mad about some of the updates being spot. I'm like, guys, or two, they'll be like, why aren't you doing main quest? Like, do you know how long it takes to create a main quest line? All that coding, story writing, animating it.
Yeah, those are usually released in like big like clumps, like major releases.
Yeah,
Many
like they have like where there's sort of like a stopping point.
Yeah, you can't expect that weekly.
Yeah, no. Or even like every few months, like that's gonna take years.
Yeah. To compare back to Warcraft again, yeah, like that was every few years, and that was a massive team. Like Warcraft was probably like the biggest MMO for a while, though. I don't know if it still is.
Probably still
They
is.
kind of obliterated themselves a little bit with their bullshit not long ago. Also, their story's just getting too confusing for everyone, and I think everyone's getting tired of it. Or at least a lot of people are getting tired of it.
I mean, that's kind of fair.
Yeah. They went back and forth in time and retconned a few too many times so that nobody can keep track of anything anymore.
I still miss my dwarf.
And like for like the core group, I don't think the story is as important. Like it's still important, but they would stay there for the gaming style and the often PvP and stuff like that. You know, the and the guilds that they've built. You know, but for the more casual players who just come back for each expansion and stay a bit and then leave, yeah, if the story's not good, they'll find another game.
Exactly. And then too, it is like a game that's like subscription type thing, but they do have like a lifetime one, which is like like $80. But they put it on
a subscription actually usually. Once the game's actually releasing content.
Yeah, and they are.
Yeah, then that's not actually a bad deal. That's often a sign of a healthier game.
Oh shit.
Yeah, when they start relying on microtransactions, that's the big one. I'd much rather pay a monthly fee for a game I love than pay microtransactions.
Yeah, you can buy like star coins, which is like
Wait,
the premium.
So World of Warcraft's doing microtransaction bullshit now?
No. I haven't touched Warcraft for like a year and a half now. I don't know what's happening.
I don't know. I stopped playing a couple years ago.
I was just talking about games in general.
Because, I know probably.
I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah, they have like, because like most games, they have like a regular currency and then the more premium currency. So like you can buy just straight that, but then with the subscription, you get 100 a week. Or two, it's like with this subscription, you get like for, I don't remember what the other ones are, but lifetime you get 12,000 or 1,200 up front when you initially buy it, and then you get 100 per week. Which is
not Warcraft, bad. The other game.
Yeah, that's a sub.
Yeah, and with Warcraft, you needed to buy the base game, which wasn't cheap, and then a subscription, so.
I can't go to sleep, and I can't make a bed. I am screwed. I did a stupid.
Oh yeah, I've had to stand in a small building so many times because I never prepare in time.
What is that? What have I do? Go away.
What the heck is that?
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, that's a new sound.
Yeah, it's a new
sound. Like noises.
I don't know what it is, but it wants to kill me. So
I haven't turned on Minecraft in years now.
Sure it is, but it wants me dead.
Oh, it's those.
Oh. What are they?
I don't know.
Oh, I forget what they're called, but yeah, it's one of the newer hostile mobs.
What is that?
I'm too old for these things.
Minecraft bat thing. Google, tell me what this is. Phantom. Yeah, okay. Undead hostile mobs that spawn in the night when a player is not laid into bed or died for 3 or more in-game days. Okay, so I've been alive too long. Someone has a mod.
That'll do it.
Someone has a skin mod to make it look like Toothless.
Aww. I want to be murdered by Toothless.
It looks kind of like Toothless. No, I'm an adult. Come on. I'm an adult.
I'm theoretically an adult. My birth certificate says I'm very adult, but
so
I'm not
originally
sure
they
about
did
that.
kind of look like Toothless.
I am just barely an adult.
Now
I am
there's
20.
these scary things. I don't like it. I don't like it. Is it daytime yet? If I can get to the sheep, I can make a bed because I'm one wool short. Damn it.
I always have the worst luck finding sheep early game. I have to spend so many nights just sitting in a, usually a cave that I walled up.
I wonder if I could just mine my way over to the sheep and come up from underneath.
Alright. Ocean is drained. Now back into survival to mine. I literally just drained that ocean just so that I can access the sand. Because Stampy's World uses so much freaking sandstone. It's insane.
Oh, where's it? Whatever. Close enough.
Does the base game have redstone modding now? Or is that still a mod?
Redstone?
Redstone what?
Like all the redstone stuff, you make insane machines out of redstone. Pretty sure that was a mod, wasn't it? Back in the day?
I have no idea.
Good God, all of you. Yes, poof, goodbye. Stupid things. Oh, little naked sheepies.
A friend of mine and I used to watch Yogscast together, and they do all sorts of Minecraft shit.
Sandstone is so freaking annoying and creepy. Sorry. Not the chicken.
I'm hungry.
Mm-hmm.
You can build a machine to kill them for you.
I could, but I'm not in like a.
Too lazy for that.
Always make me think of
Leave,
Squidward.
leave, hurry up, leave. Not you.
Oh my god, I want a mob that turns all the villagers into various Squidwards.
That would not. That's not necessarily a mod. That'd just be a texture pack.
Yeah.
That would be
I
cool.
love it.
You get freaking 2 stacks of sand and only half a stack of sandstone from that. Sandstone is
Did I
annoying.
build a house up there? I can't remember. I haven't played this in like so long. Because I typically build into the mountains. Yeah, I bet
Well,
you
when
I
you
did.
find it,
I built a house up there.
It'll be a pleasant surprise.
I typically build up. I guess I started it, but I didn't get very far.
Something very meditative about listening to Minecraft noises.
Yes.
Yeah. Most annoying thing about survival, honestly, falling.
Yeah.
When you're building, specifically.
Yeah. Oh, I love playing Skyblock. I do remember that. That was definitely survival.
I love Skyblock. I need to see if I can get that mod set up again.
Yeah, that's a fun one. You really, Vesper, you really should see if you can get Skyblock. I'm sure there's got to be some sort of mod.
Oh, I think I've done it a little bit before.
I'm willing to go ahead and spin up a Skyblock server just so we could all play that together because that's a blast. I love Skyblock.
Okay. You just have to be Bedrock. So I can do it if I do it on my iPad.
Oh yeah, my Samsung tablet might handle that. Yeah, because Skyblock is easier on the graphics. At least as far as I've ever gotten. It also helps me focus up because there's less to squirrel about.
I was looking for the game that I had the rabbitry in because I have one of these that's like literally I rebuilt my rabbitry out in Minecraft.
Oh, that's nice.
But I have no idea what save file it is or, you know.
Yeah,
maybe it needs to be done. Wonder if there's a mod with rabbit breeds in it.
Not exactly.
No.
Oh. There's like different color rabbits.
Yeah. It would be fun if somebody who knew how to mod and also was a giant rabbit nerd put in like even if not like the breeds, but like how the different genetic colors interact, and therefore like you could get the colors you'd get in real life out of breeding the right colors of rabbits together.
Yeah, that would be cool.
It kind of does that already because if you like whites and whites will produce whites, and but the way that Minecraft works is it depends on where your mouse pixel hits is what color animal you get when you.
Oh, okay.
So if your mouse over a black pixel, it'll make a black animal.
Okay. Didn't know that's how that worked.
Yeah. Or if you cross two, or if you like with the sheep, if you mix and match the colors, like if it's all white sheep and you're just mixing white sheep, and then if you start like wiggling your mouse really really fast and you hit like dirt, then all of a sudden you get a brown sheep.
Oh.
That's funny.
Yeah. I didn't realize how that worked.
Mm-hmm.
The game I really want is a new Fallout. Like New Vegas. I want them to go back to good writing. I mean, even 4 was good. New Vegas was just even better.
We're also going to change the texture.
Huh?
They're apparently changing the texture of the spawn eggs as well.
Microsoft's done all kinds of weird shit since they took over, so.
For the better or for the worse, do you think?
I think some better, some worse. Like,
Fair
for
enough.
example, like the signing in thing for like that aspect of it.
Yeah.
Pretty nice.
Oh, okay.
Like,
What do you not like that they've done now?
I can't think of it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so it's gonna have to be one single step up, and then everything else can flatten out.
Okay, I'm gonna head out. I need to go to bed.
Yeah, I'm probably
Okay.
gonna head out too. We're just kind of screwing around
Yeah.
now.
Good night, guys.
All right, good night.
Good night.